Gentlemen, please welcome Chairman of the Board of Commissioners of the Indonesia Financial Service Authority, Mr. Mahendra Siregar, and Vice Chairman of the Board of Commissioners of the Indonesia Financial Service Authority, Mr. Mirza Adityaswara. Please rise. Now, to begin our event on a patriotic note, I kindly request everyone to sing our beloved Indonesian national anthem. May you now be seated. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Honorable Chairman of the Board of Commissioners of the Indonesia Financial Service Authority, Mr. Mahendra Siregar. Good morning, Pak Mahendra. Vice Chairman of the Board of Commissioners of the Indonesia Financial Service Authority, Mr. Mirza Adityaswara. Good morning, Pak Mirza. Director of Prospera, Mr. David Neller. Good morning, Mr. David. Deputy Commissioners of the Board of Commissioners and Logistic of the Indonesia Financial Services Authority, Mr. Imansyah. Good morning, Pak Imansyah. Head of OJK Institute, Mr. Agus Sugiarto. Good morning, Pak Agus. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first OJK International Research Forum, Save the Planet, the Role of Financial Sector to Support Carbon Reduction and Electric Vehicles Development. Thank you for your participation on today's event. The theme of this forum reflects our commitment to addressing the most pressing issues facing our society and finding innovative solutions through research and inquiry. I am Farah Bahaswan, Master of Ceremony for today's event. For your information, there are 1,520 people who registered to join this event online. The majority comes from the banking sector, 35%, others 15%, insurance 9%, financing 8%, academics 9%, etc. Before we proceed to the next agenda, allow me to run a quick brief of today's event. Opening speech, launching of the International Journal of Financial Systems, presentation and panel discussion, and wrap up and closing. Ladies and gentlemen, next we will hear a committee report and welcoming speech from the head of OJK Institute, Mr. Agus Sugiarto. Mr. Agus Sugiarto, the stage is yours.
The Honorable, the Chairman of OJK Board of Komisioner yang kami hormati Bapak Mahendra Siregar, the Honorable Vice Chairman of OJK, Bapak Mirza yang saya hormati, Your Excellency, Deputy Komisioner of Secretary for the Board and Logistic, Bapak Imansa yang saya hormati, Mr. David Naylor, Director of Australia-Indonesia Partnership for Economic Development, Prospera. Good morning. Mr. Kar Wee Ang, Director of London Institute of Banking and Finance, Singapore Office. Good morning, Pak Wee Ang. Good morning, the representative of CP Australia Jakarta Office, Ibu Sylvie. Your Excellency, speakers and my honorable guests. Also, yang kami hormati, the head of departments, directors and officers of OJK, director of banking sectors, capital market, and non-bank financial institution, university professor and academics, and all other distinguished guests. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, dan salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me standing here to make my dream come true towards the first OJK International Research Forum in the year of 2023. This event would not have been possible without the invaluable collaboration and support from our esteemed partners, Prospera, the London Institute of Banking and Finance, and CPA Australia. Together, we have teamed up to bring the best expertise and resources from various backgrounds and countries to this research forum. Ladies and gentlemen, OJK has been established since 2013, whose roles are to regulate, to supervise financial sector, and to protect financial customers. With the new regulation, what we call it Omnibus Law for Financial Sector, or Undang-Undang P2SK, the role of OJK has been enhanced. OJK right now is not only regulating, supervising, and protecting, but also developing. This new role of OJK under the Omnibus Law for Financial Sector has motivated us to bring OJK as a center of excellence in financial sector. And therefore, it is very appropriate for us to have OJK International Research Forum for the first time. As a research forum, we are very delighted that we can invite various experts to the first forum, which serves as a platform for knowledge exchanges and collaboration, not only for those who work in the financial sector, but also for the government, regulators, policymakers, and academics. The theme for this research forum is that how to save the planet. What are the role of financial sectors to support carbon reduction and electric vehicle developments? Climate change becomes a significant global challenge, necessitating an urgent and coordinated action to mitigate its impact. All of us has been acknowledged that the issue of the net zero carbon is widespread, becoming an emerging topic anywhere globally. And many international experts supported by the global community, as well as global governments, have a strong voice that we have a big and long journey to achieve net zero carbon. However, we need to solve it, and therefore we need to share the knowledge and information on how to reduce the carbon emission from researchers, from business people, and academics. We wish the research discussion of carbon reduction will contribute for all of us on how to make our planet stay blue and green forever. Secondly, we also see that the issue of electric vehicles has been skyrocketed in the last decade. This allows us to look into how the presence of electric vehicles will benefit humans as well as reducing carbon emission. We are very welcome the issue of electric vehicles discussed today in this research forum, and hopefully this topic will open a new horizon on how the financial sector can play a maximum role to support electric vehicle industry. In addition, the discussion of electric vehicles will facilitate a seamless transition toward widespread of electric vehicle adoption. By examining those two emerging trends, it is very crucial for us to build a robust knowledge base, innovative strategies, new regulatory frameworks, and actionable insight that will shape progressive policies and transformative practices. Ladies and gentlemen, we have structured the discussion today into two important topics. First session, in the morning, we will discuss carbon reduction to save the next generation. And second session, after lunch, we will discuss electronic vehicle is our future. This topic will be supported by many prominent speakers. For the first session, we will have Dr. Adam Ng, who will present about readiness of financial sector in supporting energy transition. Dr. Stanley Yip, who will present and deliver voluntary carbon trading, market in Asia, challenges and opportunities. Dr. John Fong, Sustainable Finance Lead from Climate Work Center, Monash University, who will deliver sustainable investing as a driver for the transition. On the second discussion after lunch, we will have Ms. Monica Huang, who will discuss the consideration factors for the EV developments, and Dr. David Mitchell, who will deliver enabling infrastructure in the electronic vehicle ecosystem, Mr. Suwandi Wiratno, the readiness of non-bank financial sector to support EV financing. And last, Mr. Johannes Nangoy, Chairman of GAIKINDO, who will present the development of electronic vehicle industry in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition to our stimulating session and discussion, we are honored to announce the launch of the International Journal of Financial System by the Chairman and the Vice Chairman. This academic journal will serve as a distinguished platform for scholars and experts to share their research findings, academic excellency, as well as their knowledge in the area of financial system. Furthermore, this journal will show the role of OJK as a center of excellence, with outstanding research that has been done by OJK researchers to be accommodated. The publication of this journal will also accommodate many finance research from a diverse esteemed academics from both home and overseas. We appreciate the support and constructive cooperation from international and prominent academicians who have joined and teamed up with us as in the editorial team. We wish this is only the beginning of the journal, and hopefully it will become one of the most valuable resources in financial system. Again, thank you for the resource person who joined the editorial team of the journal. We have committed to continue the publication of the journal and to hold the OJK International Research Forum periodically and consistently in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, we have extended invitation to almost 250 participants attending today in this room, representing various institutions, including government, regulators, state-owned enterprise, academics, and practitioners in the financial system, financial sector. In special effort to obtain unique perspective, OJK has invited special 20 academic professors from university outside Java and Bali, from western part of Indonesia and eastern part of Indonesia. Thank you for the university professors who already come here. We are very proud this International Research Forum is not only attended by local participants in this room, in this building, but also attended by participants from overseas, such as from UK, Australia, and other countries. The latest report I received this morning that more than 1,500 participants who will watch virtually from anywhere. Finally, we hope that the anticipated outcomes of this forum are substantial, which are enhancing knowledge, opportunities, challenges, and network for all participants. This outcome will undoubtedly contribute to the advancement of sustainable financial practices in the future. Last but not least, I extended my highest gratitude to the Board of Komisioner for the support, the Chairman and the Vice Chairman, all the speakers, all partners for the support, and every one of you who are attending this research forum. Also, my special gratitude to our colleagues at OJK Institute, especially the group of research who have organized this event very well. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Agus Sugiarto, for your report and insightful speech. Next agenda, we will hear some speech from the Director of Prospera, David Neller. Mr. David Neller, the stage is yours.
Good morning, Papa Mahendra, Chair of OJK, Mirza, Vice Chair, Pa Imancha, and Pa Agus Sugiarto, the head of the OJK Institute. Let me take the opportunity to congratulate OJK and the Institute for this event and for the launch of the publication that you just outlined. So it's both my honor and pleasure to be with you today to support this event through Prospera, to financial industry participants, regulators, as well as academicians to discuss this really critical issue of the role of financial markets in driving sustainable investment to achieve a low carbon transition. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I think the starting point is to recognize that this climate transition is really like no other policy challenge that we can recall. As an economist, we're good at examining where we are today, doing diagnosis of the starting point, and we have a pretty good idea also of where we've got to be. What's that future point, or what does the destination look like? We know that that future destination has to be a sustainable one that's inclusive and that supports growth and job opportunities. But if we ask what the path is between this starting point and this destination, which are decades apart, we're starting to get into uncharted territory. And that's why this conference is so important, to start to map out the steps that need to be taken. So we're about to, enter a period of change which is comparable to the Industrial Revolution. So a context which is very hard to conceptualize and very hard to analyze. So it requires policymakers like the Chair and Vice Chair of OJK to help that navigation. And I think that's why the Institute has a great role to play in helping to support those policymakers make these choices. Now, while we may not have a GPS that tells us how to move step by step towards that destination, I think we do know a few principles that guide us in that direction. And let me name 2 or 3 of those principles. The first one is that prices matter. And that means that what we're discussing today in terms of the carbon market is a really foundational step in terms of bringing about the transition. We want a carbon price to be developed, which encourages all our activities to reflect the true cost, economic cost of those activities, not just the private costs. And I'll come back to this a little bit later in the sense that this is the topic of today. The second principle, I think, is thinking about what people call a just transition. And sure, a just transition includes compensation for vulnerable groups that are impacted by change, who are unable to manage that on their own resources. But I think it's actually much more than that. And it's about really building the social consensus without which these changes cannot happen. As I said before, the change we're looking at is so significant, so substantial, that if we don't build that social consensus around what is a fair, equitable transition, it's going to be very difficult to realize that. So we know change will happen. The question is, will that change be the desirable change toward that sustainable destination? A third principle, I think, to think about for Indonesia particularly is how to take full advantage, how to maximize the use of Indonesia's tremendous natural wealth. This remains an untapped opportunity. But as the price of carbon is rising day by day, Indonesia's resource, the value, monetary value of Indonesia's resources is going up tremendously. So one question is how to realize that value through carbon market, in this case an offset market as distinct from a compliance market. So the market would be developed based on the reduction or sequestration of carbon in one location in Indonesia to offset a carbon producing activity in another location. And this would be a real driver of change, positive change, through the transition. Certainly, a first advantage is it will drive much stronger management of Indonesia's natural capital. You know, Indonesia has about 125 million hectares of tropical forest. If there's a price and a valuation of those forests in terms of sequestration, the incentive to manage those goes up overnight. And so this is a critical step. It also provides or can provide significant development finance, which, as we all know, is critical for the scale of investment required of the transition. So I think for these reasons that we want to sort of think about the role of carbon markets also, not only in a compliance sense, but also in this other sense. Because we want this change to sustainability not just to be a burden. It's not about a choice between growth and employment versus sustainability. We want to align those goals. And this is one way to do that, because by creating value out of sequestration and so on, we'll be encouraging investment in clean energy, carbon capture, waste management, and so on and so forth. So it's the creation of value that's recognized once we have a price on carbon through this method. So these are all principles, I think, which we can think about in terms of developing carbon transition in Indonesia. So today we're focusing on the first of these issues or principles around the price of carbon. So we're looking at the role of a carbon market, a cap and trade market for compliance. And this is, to me, is a really significant step. And, you know, I want to congratulate again OJK for leading on this work and for sort of moving the dial on this topic, which has been talked about for some time. One of the advantages of this carbon market is that it allows the government to determine the specific emission target and the path of that target over time. And I think this is important because we don't want a situation where we jack up a carbon price to a high level overnight, we cause economic disruption, stranded assets in the financial sector, and so on and so forth. This has to be done in a gradual manner, and with clarity and transparency that business and the financial sector know the path that's coming. So there's not an urgency that we have to do everything today, but it's a pathway which business can be guided by in moving forward. So these elements of the market are all practical ones that I think we can think about as in terms of shaping the mapping. So finally, I guess just to note, there's still, of course, much to do, and so the agenda for the Institute is big. We've got to think about extending the compliance market beyond the power plants that are already going to be included, and that involves a lot of investment in infrastructure, particularly MRV and standards and so forth. We need to think about comparability and alignment of different approaches, including globally, so we can reduce the transaction cost of participating in the market and enhance transparency and so forth. So in closing, I think this is a really pivotal juncture in our transition. So I hope that 20 years from now, we can look back and we can say that the establishment of the carbon market by OJK in September 2023 was a critical first step toward a sustainable and opportunity-creating transition for the Indonesian people. So thank you and congratulations to OJK.
Thank you, Mr. David Neller, for your speech. Moving on, the next agenda, it's now time for our keynote speaker. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Mahendra Siregar, the Chairman of the Indonesia Financial Services Authority, to the stage. Mr. Mahendra Siregar, the floor is yours.
I didn't notice earlier, David, when we had the national anthem, Indonesia Raya, whether you sang along with us of the song, Indonesia Raya, or it was the God Defend New Zealand, I don't know. But in any case, your presence today and other colleagues are the testimony of your commitment for the development, the effort, and the contribution that Indonesia is now undertaking to be part of the responsible global citizen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to all of you. Pak Mirza Adityaswara, and then David Neller, Pak Imansyah, Pak Agus Sugiarto, dear colleagues, distinguished speakers and moderators, all participants, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to all of you present today. Also to all of you who join this forum through virtual online access. First of all, I wish to take this opportunity to thank our colleagues from Prospera, from other partners, including the London Institute of Banking and Finance, and also from the CPA Australia, John, and also from the WWF Asia Pacific organization. And of course, to OJK Institute to make this event possible. And it is certainly my great pleasure to join all of you today for the first research forum, International Research Forum with the theme, Save the Planet, the role of financial sector to support carbon reduction and electric vehicle development. On a general level, the promotion of research is essential and in many respects pivotal for the overall development of our societies. The lack of research capacity has, in many ways, held back developing and emerging countries that, as a consequence, have generally followed innovation and research outcome in products and concepts and ideas from the most advanced economies. And as a result, we have not been at the leading edge of technology, nor generating ideas to contribute to molding a future for our next generation. The commitment to developing research and development and innovation is not only essential to addressing environmental challenges, but it also an essential tool to delivering long-term economic and social prosperity, without which we will not be able to effectively address climate change and meet the UN Sustainable Development Goals at the same time. As an example, The palm oil industry in Indonesia continues to research and develop new strains of palm seeds to increase productivity. This not only contributes to economic and social welfare, especially for smallholders, but it also assists in the protecting the global land bank, which is very limited, by meeting the ever-increasing demand for vegetable oils and on a limited and even lesser land. As Indonesia transitions to a more developed economy, research capabilities within both the public and private sectors continues to increase, and we recognize that the benefits far outweigh the costs. While there is naturally a competitive element to research and innovation, we should seek to collaborate as much as possible, at least at the level of pre-competitive research, to share these benefits. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, research innovation and bringing products and ideas to the market cannot be realized without adequate financing. Targeted financing can also encourage the development of a sustainable economy that combines climate change commitments without undermining economic and social progress. OJK seeks to gear the financial sector to meeting the commitments of the government of Indonesia, notably the Paris Agreement and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. In this respect, there are several tools available to OJK to assist in this process, to include: first, since 2015, OJK has issued sustainable financing roadmaps with the objectives of building awareness on sustainable finance, and it has been expanded to establish an ecosystem for sustainable financing, expanding the supply and demand for environmentally friendly funds, and increasing the sustainable finance implementation in the financial services industry. Second, the issuance of the National Green Taxonomy as a comprehensive guide for users. To a certain extent, this taxonomy draws on globally developed models, which has to include ASEAN Taxonomy for Sustainable Finance version 2, which has just been issued in the last semester. However, we believe that green taxonomy should be increasingly oriented to the financing of entities that promote and implement policies that meet SDGs goals. Third, business matching or networking. By facilitating discussions and businesses exchanges between green project owners and potential financiers in order to encourage greater financing and investment in these sectors. Through these exchanges, we would also hope to encourage the pooling of resources for pre-competitive research. Fourth, OJK has also launched several incentives in the area of green bond issuance and financing for electric vehicle ecosystems, and has continually undertaken international collaboration between stakeholders, including actively contributing to numerous standard-setting bodies, to include the Financial Stability Board, the Basel Committee for Banking Supervision, as well as the network of central banks and supervisors for greening the financial system. Fifth, to further support emission reductions efforts, OJK has launched a carbon trading framework and regulation. OJK regulation for the carbon exchange trading system has just recently launched last month, and the exchange is expected to be launched tomorrow by the President in the morning. This exchange is intended to provide a market mechanism that will help support the government NDCs while balancing out a gradual and smooth transition towards a sustainable economy that does not result in deindustrialization. Dear speakers, moderator, ladies and gentlemen, the importance I attach to the SDGs 2030 is based largely on developments being witnessed in developed countries, where the process of risk of deindustrialization is resulting in economic and social instability. And this, in turn, is undermining commitments made in terms of these countries on net zero emissions, and not to mention the erosion of progress on wider SDG goals. Several examples of governments and countries that have now undertaken a very extreme route and actually, to a certain extent, U-turn in their commitment for net zero and renewable energy development. It is essential that energy needs in a transitioning economy that are met. It is unrealistic to expect that renewable energies can replace fossil fuels in the short term, as infrastructure is lacking, an inability to deliver required load factors, technologies that often require high level of capital with low productivity, and an absence of financing. As a result, several coal plants are being reopened in Europe. There is a lack of financing for green projects that are not profitable. And in the case of electric cars, even the UK Prime Minister just announced a major shift in green policies to include delaying the banning of petrol-based cars on the basis that British families should not be expected to shoulder unacceptable costs. In order for Indonesia to continue to progress the green economy, we need to research more carefully the balance needed and time required in a transitioning process. And we need to focus on evidence-based research. For example, the electric car industry depends on mining of essential minerals. And car charging points mostly rely on electricity from fossil fuels, as most high-cost alternatives would significantly impede the development of electric cars. In this respect, targeted financing should include upstream and downstream processes. We can reward mining that delivers on SDGs and also provide support for downstream industries. We need to ensure that the sustainable economy being developed in Indonesia is based on bankable investments. We need to be judicious on the choice of renewable energies. For example, there is a growing concern that wind energy is perhaps not a viable source. High investment, low productivity requiring considerable subsidy. It may still be viable in certain regions of Indonesia, but this certainly requires more research. Ladies and gentlemen, I raise these issues because ultimately economic growth underpins social stability. And these two pillars are prerequisites for meeting climate change commitments. We must strip away narratives and rhetorics and see the reality as it is in order to achieve a real sustainable economy and meet sustainable commitments made. evidence and factual-based research are critical, are essentials. In this context, Indonesia is on a good path. We are already well on the way. As earlier David Neller mentioned, to meeting the Paris Agreement through our ability to improve the natural capital-based carbon emission reduction. Unlike many other countries in the world, 60% of Indonesia's carbon emission come from forestry and land use sector. And on that note, Indonesia is very much on track to achieve not just net zero, but even net sink forestry and land use sector by 2030. And that is the commitment very much underway. And that is also will enrich Indonesia carbon exchange, which could be one of the very few, if not unique in the world, which can offer so much variety, diversification of carbon units from natural capital, energy base, from compliance or offset market. Ladies and gentlemen, I have expressed these few ideas, and I hope this forum provides the opportunity to learn from the experience and exchange information among us. Personally or virtually, to keep updated the latest in sustainability research, particularly in electric vehicle ecosystem and carbon emission reduction. And of course, the best practices regionally and globally. Thank you for being here today, and best wishes to all of us. I look forward to a productive and engaging discussion. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Mahendra Siregar, for your valuable speech. But stay on stage and allow me to invite Mr. Mirza, Mr. Imansha, and Mr. Agus Sugiarto to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to launch an important initiative for the official launch of the International Journal of Financial Systems. Mr. Mahendra, Mr. Mirza, Mr. Imansha, and Mr. Agus, please proceed with the launch. Please kindly press the button together on my count. 3, 2, 1. Please give big round of applause. The International Journal of Financial Systems, or IJFS, is expected to serve as a platform for the publication and dissemination of research findings conducted by both internal and external parties of the OJK. Furthermore, IJFS will also enrich the treasury and insight into understanding economic and financial topics from various perspectives, gather policy recommendations based on comprehensive and structured scientific studies, and contribute to the advancement of knowledge in the field of economics and finance. IJFS has launched. Once again, please give big round of applause. And let's capture this moment of significance. We invite all our distinguished speakers to the stage to join us for a group photo session, please. Okay, our photographers will guide us. Please follow their instructions. Or in my instruction, on my count, 3, 2, 1. Give the best smiles. Okay, once again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, please kindly watching IGFS video. Please kindly watching IGFS video.
Financial system form the backbone of modern economies, comprising a complex network of institutions, market, regulation, and instruments. They facilitate the efficient allocation of resources, risk management, and economic growth. The development of financial system is an ongoing process influenced by myriad of factors, including the technological advancement, regulatory frameworks, and changing market dynamics. Over time, financial systems have evolved from traditional, localized models to globalized, technology-driven ecosystem. Innovations such as digital banking, mobile payment, blockchain technology, insurance technology, and algorithmic trading have revolutionized financial transactions, reshaping the landscape of financial system. Research on financial system hold immense importance as it explores the detail and complexities associated with this system. By examining various facets such as financial institution, market, instrument, regulatory frameworks, and risk management practices, researchers contribute to our understanding of how financial systems function, their efficiency, and their stability. Recognizing this imperative, the Financial Services Authority, Otoritas Jasa Keuangan, subsequently inaugurated the International Journal of Financial System, abbreviated as IGFS. This journal is expected to serve as a platform for the publication and dissemination of research findings conducted by both internal and external parties of the OJK. Furthermore, IGFS will also enrich the treasury and insight into understanding economic and financial topics from various perspectives, gather policy recommendation based on comprehensive and structured scientific studies, and contribute to the advancement of knowledge in the field of economic and finance. By upholding professionalism and promoting ethics and the novelty of research, it is envisioned that IGFS will be able to become reputable international journal, serving as a scholarly reference for academia, policymaking, and best practices within financial industry. OJK proudly present. Please welcome the International Journal of Financial System, the source of inspiration and innovation of the financial system development. The International Journal of Financial System, nurturing progress in financial system. International Journal of Financial Systems.
And Mr. Mahendra and Mr. Mirza are welcome to leave the event. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, I would like to delegate the session to our moderator, Arishi Ras Tambunan, who will facilitate a presentation and panel discussion with our distinguished speakers. Mr. Arishi, please take it from here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, distinguished speakers, I welcome you all. So my name is Arishi Ras, and I'm honored to be the moderator of this morning's session, which is on the role of carbon emission reduction and to save our next generation. So to warm up a bit before we start our panel discussion, I would like to invite you to join a mini game. So there's this Mentimeter that should show up on the screen right now. So you can use your mobile phone and try to visit the link and input the code. So there's going to be some questions shown on the screen, and then you can try to answer some questions and try to, dig a bit further and to see how deep our understanding about sustainable finance and carbon emission. So I think the Mentimeters should show up in a bit. So yeah, so you can try to, there's the QR code, if you can scan the code, or just go to the link and enter the code, and then you can just start answering the question. The first one is, what do you know about carbon emissions? I think we already have about almost 40 respondents right now. Yeah, more responses are coming up. We should be able to see the results. So, as you can see from the moving graph there, carbon emissions are most often associated with pollution, CO2, greenhouse gases, and I think this is what most of us know about what carbon emission is. Carbon dioxide, Yeah, so more result will come out. And I think that shows, you know, how familiar people are with carbon emission, and hopefully from today's discussion in the morning, which is about carbon emission reduction, and later about the role of electric vehicle in reducing carbon emission, we will be able to understand more about the challenges and the opportunities faced by this new growing industry. So I think this is, yeah, I think this is the final results that we have. I don't think it's going to change much. So thank you very much for participating in this small game. And without further ado, I would like to start the panel discussion. So for participants in the venue, you will be able to ask questions later during the Q&A session. And for online participants, please feel free to input your question through the your Zoom app. Now we move on to our first presentation type of session. The topic is on carbon reduction to save the next generation. We are fortunate enough to have three esteemed speakers who will share the expertise with us. The first one is Dr. Stanley Yip, Adjunct Professor at the Research Institute, Nanyang Technological University. Dr. Yip, please come forward. So the second one, we have Dr. Adam Ang, GFRI Asia Pacific Lead and Sustainable Finance Advisor from WWF Malaysia. And last but not least, we have Dr. John Vong, Adjunct Professor, Master of Public Policy and Management at Monash University, Indonesia, and also a Sustainable Finance Consultant for various international organizations such as the World Bank, UNDP, as well as Asia Development Bank. So thank you very much for coming to Indonesia and to share your knowledge and expertise with us this morning. So each speaker will have 20 minutes for the presentation, and then later we have a moderating session and finally Q&A session. So first of all, I will invite Dr. Stanley Yip to present his presentation. Dr. Stanley Yip is an adjunct professor at the NTU. He is the co-founder at Nanrise, which is a spin-off company from the NTU, and he's an economist and urban planner with more 30 years experience in various countries such as China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and various Southeast Asian countries. And he received his PhD from Peking University. Dr. Yip, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
I think you can just say next. I think the...
Can you hear? Can you hear? Okay. First of all, thanks a lot for the opportunity to come to this morning's OJK Institute Forum. And I have a presentation which I want to summarize a bit of our work that relate to the voluntary carbon markets in Asia particularly. Okay. So let me use this through my PowerPoint. Okay. The presentation I'm going to put forward actually is based on a lot of the very recent data and also a lot of work done either through other bodies or by our institutes in NTU. We do a lot of research work, particularly myself, on carbon markets, particularly the challenges and also the restriction and opportunities for Asia. So what we want to do is, based on the work that we've done, our Nanrise, a company which is a spin-off from NTU, and also we are housed in the Energy Research Institute in NTU. We do a lot of work related to decarbonization in Asia, and particularly on technology, on data, and on carbon finance. So we, actually, particularly myself, have a lot of experience in the developing carbon voluntary market projects. And that's what I want to share with you today, a lot of the challenges and opportunities ahead. So first of all, I would like to actually go through very quickly about where we are in terms of the global voluntary carbon markets. there are not enough research work done so far, but we still can have a very good understanding of where we are standing at in terms of the voluntary markets. It all comes back to the goal, the very noble goal that eventually the whole world needs to reach a net zero emission status by 2050. And that drives everybody, including organizations, companies, individuals, and governments, to actually do whatever they need to reach that goal eventually by 2050 of a net zero. And the financial sector is very important in this. The major activities and driver for this pathway, including mitigation, including carbon offset, including investment into future technology, carbon removal, all need the support of the financial sector. There's no way that we can actually do this on our own without the capital, without the banking sector, without the financial industry sector. But the offset market, which we are talking about today in terms of voluntary carbon market, is very important from now all the way actually towards 2050. Without the offset, it's very difficult to finance a lot of the possible mitigation, possible removal project at the early stage. So based on that role, let's look at where we are. If we take the very recent sort of research report produced by the Cho Research Institute, looking at how much money are now being invested into carbon credit project on the voluntary market over the last 10, 15 years, we can see actually a very specific growth of the amount of money being actually invested in carbon credit projects, particularly over the last 5 years. The whole market actually have started becoming very steadily, very sort of flat, balanced since 2012 and 2017. And then from 17 onwards, but over the last 5 years, there's a very sharp rise in terms of the money raised. So today, we actually see more and more money going into the voluntary carbon markets projects. Financial sector and investors are putting money to remove the carbon dioxide emission from the atmosphere through the voluntary market projects. But if you look at it carefully, by the end of 2023, a lot of those money raised for the voluntary carbon markets are actually still around what we call the agriculture, land, and land use sector, basically in terms of nature restoration, forest protection, and also in terms of the agriculture, the green sector. It takes more than 60% of all the investment. There are other sectors in terms of renewable energy, energy efficiency, carbon engineering are taking the rest, but the predominant amount of money going into this market are still related to whoever have the right to do something about the agriculture practices, land management, and also the forestry. As of today, the area covered by this kind of project is almost like the area of the whole Italy today. Not enough, obviously, but it's growing very fast. But one thing we need to note on where we are is, over the last 12 years or 10 years or so, money are going into all this area. But if you look ahead, on money already being put together, estimated for the future next several years, there's a start to grow of money going into what we call the carbon removal project by technology. This is actually emerging, not yet mature, but giving a lot of promises to a lot of people that we have to rely on the direct removal of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere through technology. So you can see the black sector there indicate the growth of importance of that kind of investment. But still, the green, the land use, forestry, agriculture is dominating that market. I'll come back to that point later on because there's a lot of challenges and there's a lot of opportunity behind that. We do also a little bit of research on, once we know that there are money going into this market, but what are the key determinants of what project to be invested in and where the financial sector should be looking in. So we look at 5 or 6 of the major, what we call the international standard bodies in this world, basically looking at who are the international standard bodies setting the standards, qualifying all this project, worth generating the credits, and who are actually providing the methodologies so that project can actually compile with a certain standard, certain way of quantification. That is very important because you need the international recognition and independent transparency on what your project is all about. No question asked, the largest independent standard today being used by most projects is the project standard used by WERA. We all know about that. Actually, majority of the internationally transacted voluntary carbon credits are actually issued by WERA, what we call VCS. So, and then followed by the gold standard and the rest. And there are more and more than this, but if we need to look at the market, what's the status of the market, let's look at what the WERA VCS projects look like, then we probably have a very good understanding of what it would be probably like for us. So we actually did a lot of research work into what the Vera VCS projects are composed of. So if we look at all these major international standard bodies, in terms of the carbon credits they have issued, basically they have registered a project and then issue the credit so the credit can be transacted internationally. There's tremendous rise in the number of the credit issued and also redeemed since 2017. So before 2017, it's a very flat curve. It's happening. It was doing a lot of things. We all know it exists, but it's not generating a lot of impact. The interest actually basically came up about 5 years ago, and it's growing very fast, both in terms of the number of credit issued, in terms of tons of carbon dioxide emission, and also the number of credit redeemed by the ultimate user who actually use that to offset their emission. That growth is the reason why we are here today. Looking at that growth, what is the opportunity and what are the challenges for the Asian market? So the next thing I want to talk about very quickly is, what are these projects? If you look into Asia, because what we have known so far is the global situation. It's quite different if you look at the Asian market. If you look at the Asian market, where these carbon credit units under the VCS system are issued for projects in the location, majority of them today is dominated by two countries, a project in India and China, with a very quick growth, very high speed growth from the rest of Asia, including Vietnam, Thailand, of course, Indonesia. But still, 63% of them, of the whole global credit issued by VCS are actually issued in Asia. Asia is the market. Asia is the future of the voluntary carbon market in the world. Let's be clear about that. So whatever we do here in Indonesia, in Asia, we're going to generate a lot of impact on this market globally. The activities and the focus is here and will be here. But if you look at what kind of project we are talking about, in terms of the credit generated, majority of them are actually on energy, renewable energy. But don't get misinterpreted by this graph, because a lot of the renewable energy projects like wind or solar were actually the early stage project, actually issued more than 10 years ago. Today, large-scale renewable energy projects actually come down in number because it's no longer regarded as a priority for the standard body. What is coming up is on land use, on agriculture, on waste management. If we look at the project register, number of project register, we can see that, well, what are these worth? I mean, it's very important to look at the market size, project size from an investment perspective. So we go through all the project register and VCS in terms of the annual amount of carbon dioxide tonnage they actually can generate every year to look at what is the size of one single project. Majority of the project we're talking about fall between 10 to 100,000 tons a year. And then a large number of them actually within this range. Then we come down to maybe a bit more than that. If we go up to 1 million, it's very, very rare. Now, let's look at this and don't be misled by this graph. The reasons why majority of the project, they generate 10 to 100,000 tons a year is because they actually fit into the methodologies. In our research, we found out that there are many projects, each is smaller than 10,000 per. But they could not get into the system because they're too small. But because they're too small does not mean that they're not contributing on an aggregate basis to carbon emission. If we have ways to actually help the small projects to be grouped together and aggregate, that will open up a lot of opportunities. That is what the Asian market actually have a lot of opportunity, because we have a lot of the consumer side, demand side project, small, modest in size, but in aggregate they're huge in terms of potential impact. But we do not have the right vehicle and platform to help them to aggregate. So a lot of the activities are concentrated on the high side, but I don't think we should actually missing out opportunity on the small project. So opportunities and challenges, let's look at what are the opportunities. From what we see in terms of our research, we know that predominant amount and number of credit in the voluntary market is actually in Asia. The market is in Asia. The market supplying those projects, supplying those offsets are in Asia. But Asia has a very unique pathway to net zero 2050. Very different from the pathway of the Western country, European country, American country. Our economy system, our governance, our policy, our industry structure are very different, even in the same sector, than what's happening in the same industry for example in Europe or in America. But Asia, particularly in terms of our growth, if you look at our urbanization, majority of the mega cities, population growth, urbanization is going to happen in Asia over the next 20, 50, 30 years. So we are on a very different pathway. And that means the amount of credits, the project, the investment, the demand and supply side will not be actually the same if we look at what's happening over the last 10, 15 years in Europe. It's very, very much different. So we need to develop and try to push forward what we call an Asian model for voluntary carbon credit. We look at what are the opportunities for growth in terms of the interest in the market, that through our client, through the project I work with across Asia, and also through our network with NGO and banking, we realize that there are actually 3 drivers for the Asian market. Number 1, the continued urbanization, urban growth, infrastructure, and population growth, which will carry on in Asia for a long time. And that will drive construction, energy demand on the demand side, energy efficiency, and also on a lot of infrastructure. The second driver of growth in Asia is we are basically in Asia still a very resource-based economy, particularly India and Indonesia, Vietnam, ASEAN, and even China. We are resource-based, so resource-based project will become the dominant supplier of the market, and that means waste management, agriculture, forestry, livestock, all these will become a very major sector in this market. And also I put in technological innovation because I mentioned an upcoming aspect of growth is actually on technology or carbon capture. Asia got all the land, all the possibility of all these. So carbon capture and storage are key. So if you look at that and look back at what are the methodology currently available, we see that there are major gaps there. There's some energy demand, there's some on transport, on the demand side, but a lot of the upcoming Asian specific economy structure-based methodology are not even developed, not yet actually exist. We verify this by looking at several projects. We are working on a project for the whole industrial park and central business district in China. There's no methodology today actually we look at one urban district as one entity. We have methodology on building, individual buildings, but individual buildings actually will generate a very small number of tonnage of carbon dioxide emission reduction every year. By combining everything within one urban district, one new town, the impact is huge. But we don't have methodology yet, actually internationally for that. We are experimenting that with a couple of Chinese government cities on actually aggregating all the carbon dioxide emission within an urban district into one single project. We need breakthrough in that. We also work with, of course, cultivation of coffee in Vietnam, which we need land management. And also, I think a very important sector upgrowing is the waste management, particularly from animal waste. You'll be quite surprised by the number of carbon dioxide emission generated by this sector. It's huge. It's comparable in certain aspects to the forestry and the agricultural sector. The animal waste is a very important sector that can actually generate a lot of financial interest for investment. But if you look at the methodology, since 2010 and 11, when the voluntary market started to grow, started to establish, originally there's a large number of methodology being released. But over the last 10, 15 years, every year we only have 1 or 2 new methodology added to that. The number of methodology added to this system are not catching up with the demand of new technology and also new projects. We need more innovation, more resources to develop a set of more methodology, particularly for Asia. We are lacking behind, and time is ticking. So we should not wait for the existing organization to develop the methodology. We need to actually have more methodology. One key thing I really want to say here, and using this platform is, through our own experience, when we are applying methodology and standard, for example, by Vera or Gold Standard or CDM, on some project in Asia, we realize that because of the unique database, unique information system, governance, and infrastructure in Asia, it's very difficult to use some of the methodology. Although they are on the same sector, they're talking about same kind of activities. But when we try to benchmark on some of the data, we could not do it easily. So it's not facilitating us. We need regional-based methodology that are tailor-made for actually Asia to facilitate and enhance and fast speed the growth of that. So the other concern, obviously, in terms of challenges, is large-scale forestation or agriculture-related projects recently, over the last 1 year or so, are being challenged by a lot of green group and media. There are a lot of big, hot debate, you know it very well, between Guardian and also with the authority of the standard bodies. There are also debate on what is true, what is not true, what is scientific, what is not scientific, what's the impact. I believe that we need actually a more participation and support by the governments, not really to regulate this market, but in terms of providing data and resource and research to actually make the transparency of the impact in a more objective way. Let's get away from all the argument on the journalistic aspect. Let's go into data and hard data. I think it's very important that, and we don't have good database sometimes to explain the fact whether certain projects actually have the real impact they promise. And if you look at transaction costs, I talked about already, actually majority of the project fall within 10,000 to 100,000 tons a year. For those projects, sometimes they could not affect the expensive transaction costs associated with the cost in terms of the consultancy costs, the registering costs, the investment costs, to take them all the way through the process. We need way to actually reduce as much as possible the transaction costs. The reduction in transaction costs depends very much on how transparent and how sophisticated and mature the whole industry look like. And honestly, today, the voluntary carbon market itself is not 100% sophisticated enough to make transactions smooth and transparent. So we need to do something about it. And then finally, in order to look at what is ahead of us, I think we need to crack the uncertainties in terms of nature-based solution in 4 ways. Nature-based solutions are very important, particularly for countries like Indonesia and also in China, in terms of agriculture, in terms of forestry, in terms of protection of the ecology, in terms of blue carbon. But over the whole process of taking a major large-scale land research concession from stage one, all the way to the market, there are a lot of uncertainty and risk, like any project or investment. Investment into this sector particularly have to look at 4 risks. 1, the complexity of natural processes. Natural processes is not like energy efficiency for building. There are a lot of uncertainty ahead that need to be managed and de-risked. We can calculate the efficiency of a building energy efficiency system easily with a lot of data, but it's very difficult sometimes to verify the carbon dioxide emission can be reduced for natural processes. There are ways to do it, but there are also uncertainty and risk. The second risk we need to cover is the permanency of the stored carbon. Is the project permanent? If we are actually crediting a project for 40 years, what's going to happen in 10 years' time? So we need a better sort of facilitation and also management of that process by the insurance industry, by the government in terms of setting up standard, and by protection and also surveillance. We need consistency of the social impact generated by this project, and also a very clear understanding of additionality and the added value of those projects. Finally, for the last minute, I have several key suggestions that we need to look at, and also suggested to the Research Institute for any possible way. 1, we need to think about developing an Asian-based regional standard and sectorial roadmap for the voluntary carbon market. Not creating it from zero base, but consolidating what's already there globally, but putting a framework that's suitable for the Asian economy, suitable for our industry. For the same agriculture, same forestry, same waste management, we have our own practices and economic structure and our own database. We need to that, with time is actually very limited from now to 2050. We need to actually speed up and enhance Asian market on our own, not relying only on the American or European-based center today that we use. Secondly, speed up the focus on what we are good at, so that we select specific sector to focus on, particularly on fitting the urbanization, fitting the economy, fitting our industry structure. Thirdly, we need to provide and grow into professionalism. We need to actually have the verification, the standard, the knowledge base, take it up to one higher level. So people in this area, from the finance sector, from the environment sector, will understand more clearly about the science and the data and the objectivity for all these things. It's not a guesswork, it's all about science. And then finally, building the risking measure, particularly for nature-based solution, because we need to actually control and manage the risk. I think the insurance company and the risk management professionals have a lot to contribute today into this, but they're not there yet, honestly. They're not really into this part of the financial system yet. And finally, we need transparency on data and good quality project so that we all benefit from it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee, for your really insightful presentation. So some key takeaways. So basically, Asia has a huge opportunity for VCM, but some challenges exist, such as credibility, innovations, as well as issues related to carbon offset methodology. And I can see that Indonesia is lagging its smaller neighbors such as Thailand and Vietnam, so hopefully we can catch up in the near future. Thank you very much once again. So next, I would like to invite Dr. Adam Eng. So I think on the screen, you can see the brief CV of Dr. Adam Eng. So Dr. Adam Eng is the Asia Pacific lead of GFRI WWF Malaysia. He previously has held various professional and academic positions such as the postdoctoral research fellow at the Oxford University, and he earned his PhD from INSEAD Malaysia. So Dr. Adam Eng, please present your presentation. Thank you.
Hello. Terima kasih moderator Pak Aris, terima kasih OJK, Pak Imansha dan Pak Agus. So thank you very much for Prospera for inviting WWF to join the esteemed speakers, and this is my second time in Jakarta within 1 week. Yeah. So I was planning to play the soundtrack, but I think most of you would have known this. Anyone have seen this movie? Huh? Yeah, so it's the famous Tom Cruise, and so was the mission possible? Well, it was because it was a movie, right? Yeah. But I think more importantly, it was successful because there was a number of trial and error. But on top of that, he had a parachute and a lot of safety net. So I think that is a testimony in terms of how the countries and industry could also transition, because you need a lot of trial and error. And more importantly, you need to have a lot of persistence and perseverance, right? Of course, with a lot of safety net. So today I will focus on making it a mission possible, and the focus here is on financing energy transition. This is a chart from the Boston Consulting Group that was recently published, and it shows that the transition to net zero needs to happen roughly 3 times faster than previous transitions. So if you look at the turning point from the Industrial Revolution, the coal share from the 1950s have gone up to 55% by the 20th century, and this was followed by a massive increase of oil transition. But from now towards 2050, there's a need to increase by not just 3 times faster, but if you look at the pace and the volume, it has to reach 70% of renewable share by 2050. So this is a massive increase because currently we are only at 12%, and there's a lot of global efforts and synergy that's needed to transition. If you look at the risks that other countries or institutions have mapped, the European Central Bank has recently done a climate stress test, and they found that Eurozone banks face more than 100% increase in credit risk by 2030 if climate transition is delayed. And this is with an estimated absolute annual losses of about 21 billion under a late push scenario in 2029. So usually climate stress test looks into a longer horizon up to 2050, but what the ECB has done for this round of stress test exercise is that they have front-loaded the transition. So there are 3 transition scenarios, and this is one of the many scenarios. They have also found that on average, companies and firms' profitability will decrease by 2 to 3%, and this is 2 times more severe in the case of energy-intensive sectors. So these includes the likes of mining and manufacturing. But at the same time, while there are a lot of risks, there's also a lot of challenges as well, especially for developing countries. So high cost of capital, if you look at the WACC at the bottom, if you can see that many countries, including Indonesia, Mexico, Pakistan, Nigeria, has relatively high WACC. The cost of capital is almost 10%, compared to more advanced countries like the US and Germany, which is in the single digit. At the same time, these countries like the US and Germany could have wider or larger government spending as a percentage of their GDP, because they have also lower capital, cost of capital. So the good news is that Indonesia, as per the speeches by the esteemed speaker earlier, is enhancing policy efforts to reduce coal dependence. But at the same time, the country is also facing headwinds in just energy transition. As I think what was mentioned by the chairman, OJK, that there's also a lack of bankable climate projects that is now affecting the energy transition. But on the flip side, there's also good news from the news that I've read. Apparently, there are quite a number of forums. This forum was just this month in Jakarta, where there was a news that Singapore is also importing renewable energy from Indonesia within 5 years. And this is up to 2 gigawatt. And I think a number of companies from Indonesia has been identified as the supplier of renewable energy. This is a good news because it propels Indonesia as a potential regional marketplace player. There's a lot of initiative towards having an ASEAN Greek, whereby countries like Malaysia, Thailand, Singapore, Indonesia could be connected to be the next ASEAN powerhouse. So now the question is, with these challenges, risks, and initiatives, is transition even possible? If you look at Ørsted, which is a Danish utility company, it started off with coal in it was known as the Dong Energy, and in 2008, the business model was primarily centered on coal. So they had this 85-15 vision, whereby back in 2008, 85% of their business model and revenue were generated primarily from coal, and only 15% from renewables. So this 85-15 ratio or version was to set a target that the next 20-30 years from 2008 to invert the ratio, so that they achieve 85% of renewables and only 15% of coal. The good news is that this Danish utility company had achieved this transition way earlier. So you can look at the chart in 2012, for example, oil and gas and other fossil fuel was the majority of its accounts, whereby 5 years later in 2017, you can see that it's all 100% onshore, offshore wind. And there's also a projection of that this will increase and going forward. Of course, if you read the news recently in the US, I think this company has also faced a lot of challenges. One reason was because interest rate issues that affects supply chains, and they are now mulling over how to kind of navigate the US business and the politics when it comes to supply chain disruption. This has also been translated into dollars and cents. If you look at the price change of the stock from 2016 to 2021, Ørsted share price have gone up tremendously, and you can see that the FTSE 100 companies, as well as the big oil companies like Shell, remain quite constant, right? So coming back to what actions that regulators and financial institutions could take. At WWF, we have this annual SUSREC, Sustainable Financial Regulation and Central Bank Activities Tracker. This year is the third year assessment, and we track up to 44 financial regulators, supervisors, central banks around the world, and to see how they integrate climate, environment and social considerations into their mandate and practices. Some of these are some of the good practices that we have seen. Of course, there needs to be some form of contextualization to the local context. Recently, Banque de France, in the Central Bank of France, have announced exclusion of fossil fuel extraction from its portfolio by end 2024. And they are, at the same time, they are stepping up efforts to align all its equity components within a 1.5 Celsius trajectory by end 2025. So when Banque de France started this journey, they didn't go straight to 1.5 Celsius trajectory. They actually started with a 2 Celsius trajectory, and then slowly step up their commitments to be more stringent. Our neighboring country in Singapore, the Monetary Authority of Singapore, has also launched a finance for net zero action plan, and they're not just focusing on green finance, but also to include transition finance. And to make transition finance possible, there's also a list of building blocks, such as transition plans, credible transition plans that the MAS has announced and will be publishing soon, as well as scaling up green tech solutions. And these green tech solutions will rely on things such as data and disclosure. In China, the People's Bank of China has also launched a $41 billion re-lending programs to incentivize banks to allocate more loans to green projects. And this will not just incentivize the kind of projects at the project level, but also it will promote more information disclosure. And in Malaysia, the Central Bank of Malaysia, Bank Negara Malaysia, has also launched a couple of years ago a low carbon transition facility in the region of $400 million. The aim of this the facility is to support small, medium enterprises in adopting sustainable and low carbon prices. This serves as a form of subsidy or incentive to kind of crowd in private financial institutions to kind of support the transition. And again, in Singapore, there's also this convergence institution whereby they have a multi-donor funding window for climate finance solution. And the first round of funding was from the MAS, the Australian Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Olayan Group, and UBS Optimus Foundation. Although the amount is relatively small, but they serve to capture the funding stage at the early stage before it goes up into the VC, PE, and also large corp level. At the same time, we also have this annual assessment at WWF, looking into the banking performance in ASEAN as well as Korea and Japan. So last year, this assessment will be out. The 2023 edition will be out end of this year. So this result is a bit dated, but if you look at the trend, Singapore, Japan, Korea are the top three in terms of improvement. There has been a lot of improvement in terms of, if you look at the blue chart, whereby those are the progress made in 2022 and as compared to 2021 in the green chart. But most of the other countries like Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, Vietnam, Philippines are relatively low. These are below 25% of all the indicators, the focus on energy that has been achieved. And when we cut across more detail in terms of what aspects of the indicators that should be focused on, the conclusion is that banks should then set targets, and these targets should be science-based, credible, robust, and of course transparent, to show how they will transition their energy portfolio. A lot of banks have sector approach, they're more than 50%, so sectoral approach in a broader sense is easier. They have also started to have a bit more disclosure and monitoring, but when it goes down to the individual verticals within the fossil fuel industry, like coal, oil and gas, and cross-cutting, there's a lack of initiative and disclosure in those areas. We also look into asset managers, and these were assessments done by our colleagues from WWF Singapore. And the conclusion is that asset managers should proactively engage investee companies to influence the alignment to Paris Agreement. The chart is a bit small, but if I can conclude here, we compare between the European asset managers and the Asian asset managers. Most of the European asset managers have publicly disclosed their GHG emission. They've also set GHG emission reduction targets and also published the TCFD report and adopted science-based targets focusing on energy sectors. However, in the Asian context, there's very few. I think there's only one out of many of the asset managers that were assessed that have all these four components. The more challenging parts, even faced by the European asset managers, the one in the bottom, whereby the commitment to decommission or rehabilitate the natural environment. This is also unseen or not seen in the case of the Asian context. To kind of stop oil and gas producer from expanding into oil and gas field. Again, there's only one in the European context. And to expect oil and gas producer to transit into renewables. Again, this is also only one. So now what banks could do in the context of Malaysia and ASEAN, CIMB is the 5th largest banking group, financial group in the ASEAN context. There's also this program known as Green Biz Ready, amounting to 640 million USD for sustainability-linked financing for the SMEs. And the initiative here is to propel or to prompt SMEs to achieve emission reduction targets via financing rebates, so up to 0.5% per annum. This serves as an incentive, right? And at the same time, I think the challenges that SMEs are facing is that how do you even calculate, how do you verify and collect data? So the bank also provide training and advisory services to support SMEs to achieve their target, and also to kind of do the matchmaking. I think the OJK chairman has also mentioned about business matchmaking. So supplier matchmaking to enable SMEs to not just calculate and reduce, but to actually transform their businesses. In the context of Singapore, DBS was the first bank in Singapore to commit to the Net Zero Banking Alliance as part of the G funds. They were also the first in Southeast Asia to publish targets for Scope 3 finance emission. And they have set targets to decarbonize across 7 sectors and to cover data up to 2 sectors. Coming back to the heart of Borneo, in the case of Sabah, Sabah is a state in Malaysia. In fact, they constitute 72% of the unelectrified rural Malaysians, right? So one may say that while Malaysia as a whole has very huge electricity or energy access, but there's still quite a number of pockets of the population within Sabah that are facing a lot of challenges, mainly because of the difficult terrain, right? So to meet the last miles of the remote communities, there were efforts where local solar and micro hydro resources were deployed. This was also thanks to the grant by the United Kingdom Partnering for Accelerated Climate Transition, UKPAC, in which WWF was also a proud recipient of this grant. So this grant enabled the NGOs and experts in Sabah to kind of map out the kind of the grid, communities and resources availability, and therefore form a form of feasibility studies so that it would then crowd in potential funds. So I think this grant was a good form of blended finance, not yet blended, but a good form of a precursor towards blended finance. So yeah, last but not least, I know we have 3 minutes, so it is a bit speedy. I'm sure you have seen this movie before. It's an old movie, The Need for Speed. So I'll end here by saying that we need a speedier, but at the same time, a just transition towards a net zero and equitable economy. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adapan, for your very informative presentation. So some key takeaways is that the role of financial institutions such as banks is really important for the transition to green energy, and this also needs the support of financial authorities such as the Central Bank and Financial Services Authority. And I think in Indonesia, OJK, BI, the Central Bank, as well as the Ministers of Finance have been prioritizing on establishing sustainable finance policy frameworks such as the Sustainable Finance Committee, Green Taxonomy, to be able to support the financial industry. Thank you very much once again. So last but not least, I would like to invite Dr. John Wong. So Dr. John Wong is an adjunct professor at Public Policy and Management at Monash University, Indonesia. He is a consultant to various international organizations such as the UNDP, Asian Development Bank, and the World Bank Group. And he earned his PhD from the University of Bradford, UK. Dr. John Wong, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pak Aris. Yeah. So I prefer to stand up to talk because it's easier for you to see me, and it's easier for me to look at your face to make sure you're not falling asleep. Okay? Now, I will try to make it very quick. Well, it will take less than 20 minutes because I want you to ask questions later on. Not just one-sided, but it has got to be interactive, all right? So, my talk is on the carbon credit trading and net zero. What are the challenges and how do we reduce this? I'm going to focus on three things. Number one, the why we shall have carbon markets. Why? Kenapa kita harus ada pasar untuk carbon trading? Ya? Kenapa? Why? And how does this relate to net zero? Number two is the process of people trying to get there. Bagaimana caranya kita harus melanjutkan mencapai net zero. Then the third one, the last slide, I'm going to give you the challenges according to the World Bank. Not from me, dari Bank Dunia. Okay? So therefore, let's go straight into it. Now, carbon markets, risks and barriers ahead. Apakah risiko dan hambatan dia akan datang? There are three things that's risk we need to take care of. Number one is risiko untuk project. Whatever carbon projects you're doing, what is the risk in there? Number two is the risk of regulation. In other words, peraturan atau pedoman. And the third one is the risk of the market. When you want to do trading, when you want to buy and sell, of course there are market risks. So the questions to answer then, how can we ensure environmental integrity of carbon credits? How do we ensure that these are real carbon credits and not greenwashing? I'm sure you've heard of the word greenwashing. So how do we ensure green is green? How do we ensure that it is black moving to brown to moving to green? So we have to be clear. Not everything can be green because we have black first and then moving to brown and from brown to green. That's where Dr. Adam was talking about transitional finance, right? Now, can we address the barriers to project delivery? Whatever project you're thinking of that is net zero, how do we ensure it is going to be delivered? How? The third question, how can we avoid unintended consequences, which is, for example, greenwashing. How do we avoid greenwashing while allowing people to trade in carbon credits? Because people can they can carry on business as usual, producing carbon, but yet they try to buy the carbon credits to offset their own carbon emissions, right? The fourth question is how will Article 6 Paris Agreement, if you just look at Article 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, 6.4, those are the three important articles in there that talks about collaboration. Bagaimana caranya satu negara bisa kolaborasi dengan negara yang lain untuk berdagang dengan carbon credit. Okay? So that is the collaboration part. And the definitions of what is green. How do you legally define and regulate carbon credits? Because every country is trying to have their own regulation. When will we have a single regulations that everybody can comply with? If you have carbon credits in Indonesia, you have carbon markets in Indonesia, different from carbon markets in Singapore, different from Hong Kong, different from whatever, how do we going to have a single unified platform to do the trading? Think about that. Yeah? We don't have the answers yet, but this is something we need to think about. The sixth question is that what are the tax implications? What are the tax implications? Implikasi untuk pajak. Right? So those who are from STAN in here should start thinking about that. Sekolah Tinggi Accountancy Tinggi Negara. Okay, those are from graduate from STAN. You better start thinking about this, all right? So, thank goodness we have already in Indonesia sudah ada commitment untuk NDC, which is the target is 2030 that nationally we want to reduce by 29 to 31%. Dan kalau ada dana support ya dari international, then we will reduce by 41%. Now this is already a national commitment from the government of Indonesia. To help along the way, you have Badan Pengawasan Keuangan Pembangunan BPKP. They already have launched their ESG factor implementation assessment. Based on 115 indicators, now they can go into the BUMN companies and say that, look, where are the areas that you have not complied? Where are the areas that you have complied with? So, BPKP sudah meng-launch ya, satu pedoman untuk ESG assessment. Bukan framework. Framework itu ngomong saja. Tapi ini calculation, computationnya, it is assessment. Alright? So, please bear in mind. A lot of people tell me, oh, we have so many taxonomies, we have so many frameworks. But nobody now in Indonesia have assessment. Hanya BPKP. So please talk to BPKP untuk bagaimana caranya kita bisa mengassess ya. Setiap organisasi sudah mencapai net zero atau belum. What are the clusters that we need to look at? The important clusters to go net zero. This target for SOE assessment is also from BPKP. And the clusters is number 1, energy. Number 2, infrastructure. Number 3, perhutani dan perkebunan. Yes, all this agriculture, forestry and agriculture is important. Infrastructure is important. Energy transition is important. On top of that, then you have, of course, mining industries. Yeah, batu bara dan tambang. Right? So, all this needs to be focused on, especially on the project delivery. We are at the crossroads between do good and our existence. So, we are not just doing good, we are also fighting for our own existence. Maybe a lot of us in this room says, oh, by 2050, kita sudah pension. Yeah? Why do we bother about this? No? Yeah, sudah pension. Ya, banyak sudah pension. Not only pension, Pak. Ada berkelanjutan lagi. Okay, so most of us already pensioned in here. Why do we bother? Because we bother because of we have anak dan cucu. Kalau tidak anak, tidak ada cucu, okay, you don't care. Tidak peduli. But you have anak and cucu. And you have properties. You have a lot of land. What happened if the rising of the sea level and will sink your land? What will happen to your land bank? Think about that. Yeah. A lot of people talk about Singapore. I say Singapore, if they're not careful, the island will sink. So please, when you buy properties in Singapore, be careful. Huh? Okay? Harus hati-hati, Pak. Okay? Hati-hati. All right? So, getting to net zero There are 8 actions that are needed. Number 1, increase solar and wind capacity. Number 2, cut down, reduce electricity generation from coal if possible. Number 3, maintain the current natural gas so that at least for reliability, yeah? Okay, and number 4, increase zero emission vehicles. That's what this conference is about. How do we have electric vehicles to reduce the carbon? Increase the sales shares of building heat pumps to 50%. Heat pumps for buildings if you're in a cold country. I suppose if you're in a hot country like Indonesia, you have a cold pump, not a heat pump, right? Number 6 is all new buildings and appliances must meet strict energy efficiency targets. Number 7 is R&D for carbon capture or sequestration. How to convert carbon straight away into clean air. We talk about hydrogen power, right? So number 8 is to build electricity transmission pipelines for carbon dioxide and hydrogen gas. Now, let me share with you, somebody talk about palm oil, okay? Oil palm. Why oil palm? People think it is bad for carbon emissions. Why is it bad for net zero? 2 things can happen. Number 1, the waste that comes out from palm oil, if it is not processed properly, it destroys the land and the water where the palm oil is located. It destroys the land and water. That's the first thing. Second thing, people talk about palm oil. A lot of people don't realize, a lot of palm oil landowners, they try to take back the mangrove swamps. The mangrove swamps, right? Yeah, what they call it, bakau, I think, yeah? They try to take the mangrove swamps for planting palm oil. But they don't know the mangrove swamps is the one that can store carbon. They don't know. Or maybe they don't know and they don't care, right? But the palm oil, mangrove swamps stores the carbon for 1,000 years. But they may not know. But now you know, Ibu dan Papa, please talk about this, yeah, to other people. So the International Energy Agency welcomes Indonesia Just Energy Transition Partnership, JETP. There are 2 organizations when you talk about money, and Dr. Adam has talked about this. There is GFANS and JETP. JETP is, you're not hearing correctly if you hear Jet Li, okay? Jet Li is the Kung Fu fighter. I'm talking about JETP, okay? So JETP is Just Energy Transition Partnership. Remember the word just. The just is not about hanya, just do it, like Nike, bukan. Just is about justice in here, keadilan. Keadilan. When you want to close down a coal plant, you have to think about the community that survives on the coal plant. You've got to think about the village that gets involved earning their livelihood from the coal plant. You've got to think about it so that before you close down anything, you have to think about community, ummah. Okay? Think about the community first. There is the Just Energy Transition Partnership. Now, Indonesia has got $20 billion for Just Energy Transition Partnership. And this is coordinated by the World Bank and the partners. Okay, so Just Energy Transition Partnership. For Indonesia, 20 billion. Vietnam, 15 billion. South Africa, 8 billion. There are only 3 countries in the world that have JETP today. Now, where does GFANS come in? GFANS is Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, GFANS. It is supposed to work like that. the 10 billion is from World Bank and the partners. And the next 10 billion is from the members of GFANZ. The members of GFANZ are the commercial banks of the world, like HSBC, Mitsubishi, yeah? All those big banks in the world, they are part of the GFANZ. So what does that mean? That means you can get the money from these two groups of people in various ways. Number one, dana, tanpa bunga, grant. How many percent is up to you to negotiate with them. Then secondly is the concessional loans. That means ada bunga tapi rendah. Okay? And then you come with commercial loans. And on top of just the lending, you also have corporate guarantees, especially when you issue green bond. Somebody has to guarantee your bond. Otherwise, your green bond will become only CCC. But if, say, ADB were to guarantee your bond, it becomes AAA. When you have AAA, you have a better margin, yeah, for bond, okay? So think about all this. Why sustainable finance is such an interesting area is because you got to know environment, at the same time you know finance. Yeah, it's a multidisciplinary approach to solve this problem. A lot of people go out and study environmental science. Another one go and study something else, yeah, or finance. But this sustainable finance combine the two parts. And that makes it interesting. Okay, so how carbon credit supports net zero? So global carbon market comprised of compliance voluntary submarkets. Businesses can use carbon offsets, but provided it doesn't become greenwashing. Number three, investors and philanthropists, people want to give charity, can use them to diversify their portfolios. So this is how carbon credit supports net zero. And that's why you have carbon markets, because the carbon markets trades in the carbon credits, and therefore it supports net zero. Carbon market was not started just to make money. Of course you can make money, but at the same time it must support net zero. Okay? Now, I'm not going to go through all the mechanisms, because tomorrow you're going to launch a carbon market. I'm sure you already know what the mechanisms involve. I will go straight into the challenges. Number one, environmental integrity. To make sure whatever you're doing, don't do business as usual. Yeah. But in fact, have a view towards how to reduce and improve the environment and reduce the carbon. Ensure social and environmental co-benefits. That means you have to make sure it is ESG compliance, yeah? Environmental, social, and governance. Ensure sustainable development. There are 17 goals in sustainable development. Right? Of course, you will know the first 3 or first 4 or first 5 of them, yeah? Which is poverty, hunger, and education, and good health. Yeah? Addressing governance challenges. Governance, to make sure on your board of directors, they know enough. Saya baru yang membawa satu kelompok komisaris dari Indonesia ke London. Saya baru pulang, yeah? And most of these commissaries, they don't know anything about ESG. They don't know. So if your commissaries don't know about ESG, bagaimana caranya organisasi bisa mencapai net zero? So can you please go back to your organizations, wherever you're from, talk about this, all right, to your board of commissaries, yeah? All right, addressing market integrity, ensuring equitable distribution of benefits, justice, keadilan. Bagaimana semuanya komunitas bisa dapat, ya, benefit, ya. And navigating complex policy environments. First of all, to drive anything has got to be driven from policy. If there's no policy frameworks, it's very difficult to change anything. Let's face it. If you change anything without policy, it's called revolution, right? It's called rioting, yeah? Once you have policy, then you are compliant to the laws of the country. So, everybody, I want to thank you for your time. Terima kasih, Pak, Ibu.
Thank you very much, Dr. John Wong, for your very informative presentation. So, in the beginning, you touched about the importance of green assessment, not only just a framework, but a more concrete assessment that can be implemented to reduce carbon emission. And also, toward the end of the presentation, you also touched about the role of a carbon trading market. You said that it is useful for business to reduce emissions, but it's also useful for investors to diversify their portfolio and earn some profit from this sort of green investment. So once again, please give a round of applause to all of our three speakers. And now I would like to move our discussion to the Q&A session. So I invite the audience to ask questions. You can raise your hand or come to the nearest mic and say your name, institution, and then you can say which speaker you want to address your question. So, yes, please. Someone will come. Pak Mirza. Yes, please.
Test. Okay. Thank you. My name is Heru from Bank Indonesia. I have 3 questions. First, I would like to know your view about carbon credit, because currently we have 3 views about carbon credit. The first one is, of course, the one who support the carbon credit. The second one, the opposite. They disagree about carbon credit because this group believes that it can harm our strategy to net zero. But then the third one, they believe that in the middle, we can sell or buy carbon credit, but for the same sector. Because if we produce emission for energy sector, for example, but then we buy the carbon credit for forestry. Forestry is very cheap compared to investing in renewable energy. So it can harm our target as well. So I would like to know your view about this issue. The second one, because most countries lag behind their NDC targets, so some people argue that cross-border carbon credit should be banned unless your country already achieve the target. So what do you think about this issue? And the third one and the last one about voluntary carbon standard, do you think it should be created by the industry or by regulators? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Heru from Bank Indonesia. So let me summarize the question. The first one is related to the credit of the carbon trading market, and the second one is about the cross-border carbon credit, whether it should be banned or not if a country hasn't met its target, and the third one regarding the voluntary carbon market standardization. So I think Dr. Adam can help answer the question, and probably later Dr. John can help too. Thank you.
Yeah. So this is a caveat. I didn't cover carbon credit in my presentation, but I'm happy to address that given my interest as well. On the first question, there's this thing called the mitigation hierarchy, whereby you focus on the key actions first before you offset. So, for example, in the case of energy sector, there's key to the first step should be energy saving. Then you look into energy efficiency, then renewables, then low emission, then only then you offset, right? When it goes into, let's say, waste management, the first step, it should be you prevent waste from happening. Then the second step, if you have to have waste, then you minimize the waste. And then if you have a lot of waste, then you reuse, recycle, and then towards the end, only recover the energy and go through the carbon credit. So in a nutshell, carbon credit or offset is a key kind of action, but it should be done when, as a so-called last resort, when other decarbonization strategies and actions have been taken. On the second point, maybe that I won't go into much more detail because it will involve national accounting complexity. But what is key here is to avoid double counting so that you don't double count your credit registry or credit inventory, right, at the national level. On the third point, I think it is key to recognize the role of regulator. So in the case of Malaysia, for example, the stock exchange, the Bursa Malaysia, have set up the so-called market exchange. So as a so-called regulator, market shaper, they have set up that exchange. They have also set up certain standards, and that is precisely the role of regulator. You set up standards to ensure that the carbons are of certain credit quality and also integrity, right? Then the market comes in. I think in the case of Singapore, it's also quite interesting. They have set up this carbon impact exchange, whereby it's a mix of both market and regulatory kind of efforts. And then, of course, the industry will play their role when it comes to price and market discovery, right?
Okay. Very quickly, Pak Heru dari BI, yeah? So you would know. And I'm going to give you the examples and you can think about this. When we first don't talk about carbon credit, let's talk about Basel. When Basel first come out, everybody say, if we got to top up the capital on Basel, where have we got a chance to use the capital to lend the money? Because the more money you lend, the more risk capital you're going to put in, which is your tier 1 and tier 2 capital. It's the same question. Now we have carbon, where we say, hey, can we do something to ensure that your carbon is reduced? And everybody says, what is our profitability? This was the same question that banks addressed when we talk about Basel. This is a long time ago. Now the Basel thing is settled. Whether you like it or not, you have to do it. On the third question is that, shall we do voluntary or regulated markets? And I'll come back to you, shall we do cryptocurrency that is like Bitcoin, or we do central bank cryptocurrency? Same system, same thinking. Why? Because you do crypto without regulation, the risk is much greater, the volatility is greater. But if you have a regulated market, there's more orderly, and then you know who is doing the trades. So, you mau, Pak Heru mau revolusi atau inovasi saja? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Randam and Dr. John, for the answers. I hope that answer your question, Pak Heru. And I think for the next round, I think we have a question from... Yeah.
Hello. Thank you, moderators, for the chance to raise questions. I have two questions, actually. One is related to Pak Heru, that you mentioned before, Pak John, regarding the trade. And then three of the speakers already mentioned about regulations. From your side, I appreciate if you can share us which body, international body, that you think able to manage the international standard like John already mentioned, Basel, for example, for banking industry, because this is about trade, carbon trade, and netting zero later on. Special question for the next, for John Fong. You already shared with us the 8 steps to facing the net zero in 2050. From all the information that you share with us, look like you only focus, not you, I think it's World Bank, focus only to prevent. They forget how to repair the destructions that made by the mining industry. I think by repair them to do the forestation later on, that will create a carbon. Why they forgot to pay attention on this? Thank you very much.
The question. So I think Dr. John Fong can help us answer the question again. So the first one is about which body should regulate the screen for the banking sector. And sorry, can you please repeat the second question again?
The second question is related to 8 steps that already shared by John Fong. If you see the 8 things, the eight ones,
Yep.
yeah,
Okay.
it's only focused on the prevention to reduce the carbon productions, but it not focused to how to create the O2 by repair the destructions that made by the mining industry. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think it's related to your presentation focuses on how to reduce CO2, but what about how to increase the O2?
Okay, let me do the last one first, okay, which is easier. How reducing carbon is one. Increasing the oxygen is by technology. So a lot of people now is talking about sequestration. A lot of people are talking about renewable energy. This is how you get clean energy. So a lot of technology companies are involved in that. Maybe you'll find Elon Musk will very soon will have an idea of his own. So watch out for Elon Musk, okay? He will come up with some brand new ideas, I'm sure. Yep, so it's all based on technology, all right? So that's the first question. What about sorry, that was the last question. What about the first question?
The first one is related to which international body should manage the green or the sustainable finance for the banking sector.
Okay. Of course, for the banking sector, everybody knows already is between OJK and BI. So you have to manage that. But however, other ministries ought to be a stakeholder in this net zero achievement. And the answer to that is that, for example, the Ministry of Environment has got to be involved. The Ministry of Fisheries has got to be involved. The Ministry of Energy and the Ministry of Mines, all those are involved. Because to move towards this, altogether, there are 7 or 8 clusters that are very important in Indonesia. 7 or 8 clusters of industry that are very important in Indonesia. So, and all these clusters are governed under certain ministries. So all those ministries must be involved as a stakeholder, although the main coordinator can be OJK and BI. Thank you.
Maybe Dr. Adam can add a bit. What about international bodies? Like international organization, should it be under Basel or something else?
Yeah, hello. I'm not very familiar with the international standard for carbon trading, so I will move on to the remark that Dr. John was mentioning. I think the collaboration is very important between national level entity, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Environment, as well as the central bank financial regulators. I think that kind of synergy is very important because traditionally environmental mandates or issues were not within the central banks and financial supervisory mandate. But since the launch of the network for greening for the financial system, the NGFS, we have seen an increasing number of central banks and financial regulators that recognize environmental and also, to some extent, social risks and opportunities as part of their mandate, policy mandate. So I think that is a very interesting transformation. And I think banks in the context of Indonesia as well are also mandated or required by OJK to kind of look into climate stress tests, scenario analysis, risk management, and so on.
Thank you. So I think Dr. Stanley also wants to comment on this too.
Yes, I would like to actually share some view on this. As somebody actually has been on the front line of meeting with both the buyer and the sellers and the project owners, I do have a very good feeling about what's actually happening out there and what's the gaps. I think what we really need for a region of Asia, the role of the governments with respect to the voluntary carbon credits actually need to be rethought. We always know that there's a mandatory carbon credit carbon trading system, which is a mandatory regulated. We all understand that. The VCM market at the moment is actually very loose, even globally. The different standards, there are actually more than 10 or even 15 standard bodies doing their own work. People try to make sure that all these can be aligned under one carbon standard, so the credibility of those being traded are actually being not regulated, but actually facilitated and be transparent. It's still happening today. So that you have the Integrity Council, you have the other body coming in. I think for Asia, it's actually very important for the financial sector, particularly the regulators, to look at the whole issue about the voluntary carbon credits, not try to regulate it, but to facilitate. Facilitate is very different from regulation. Facilitate means the flow of information, the availability of database, the transparency of transaction, the price benchmarking, all these are facilitation. Those are not regulation. I think Indonesia have a very strong role to play as one of the largest sort of entity or countries in Asia that will be a major supplier. I think it's actually very important for the transparency to be initiated by the Indonesian market. And also in terms of the ally with other countries in Asia like Singapore, who probably is going to be one of the largest buyers. And also potentially spreading it into ASEAN, and not forgetting about China, who's actually going to be the second largest economy in the world with their own system of buying and sellers. So I think it's important to actually facilitate it by the government, not regulate. Please don't regulate the VCM. Second point I want to emphasize is we don't have sectorial plan. What do you mean by sectorial plan? We talk about net zero pathway. We go from here to 2050 to achieve net zero by 2050. We need is industry-based sectorial pathway. So if you look at mining industries or we look at the forestry industry, every industry should have their own pathway going towards there. There are already work being done, not enough. Indonesia should rethink about if we are focusing on several industry sectors in Indonesia, which is going to be a very major sector for the trading system, we should develop a sectorial pathway on how this industry sector will move from today to net zero. And then helping them at what stage they go into carbon offset, what are the facilitation, what are the bottleneck to help them. Sectorial pathway are very important, but we lack it even globally. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insightful answers. So I think it requires cross-institution cooperation, and as well, these different aspects of sustainable finance needs different framework, like the VCM, it needs not regulation, but facilitation. So I think hopefully that answers your question. So the next questions from, yes, please.
Oh, excuse me. I would like to ask to Dr. Stanley Yip. Concerning your presentation, you highlight the contribution of FERA that currently having share more than 72%. And I think, as we know, Malaysia and also Singapore adopting FERA and global standard for Singapore for their carbon market. And I think it is related to the high acceptability for the global market related to this standard. And in your recommendation, you're highlighting the importance of developing the regional standard that also consider the socioeconomic of this regional. And I would like to ask your opinion regarding how to develop the regional standard that also has high credibility and also high acceptance for the global market, especially for the technical based issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I think
Okay.
questions related to the standardization.
Okay, so he's talking on the regional market, right? Yes. Yeah, I think it's a very, very good question. As I mentioned, we need to facilitate the voluntary market. And at the moment, the bottleneck and the problem of the VCM, particularly in Asia, fall down to three problems. Number one, we don't have enough database which are available. So that when we are quantifying a lot of the impact based on any methodology, different people are using their own interpretation of database. So that they're drawing different databases, or some from their surveys, some of them from their sources, and then for some reason it's very difficult for the standard body on their own to verify all this database validity. And it all comes down to the third-party verification agency to do it. But let's face it, the first-party verification agency also are limited in terms of the resources and knowledge. You would not expect everybody to understand all the sciences of different sectors of this market. It's very difficult. So governments should start to look at a regional coordination of database for different sectorial usage, like forestry, like mining, like buildings, and then start to make sure that those databases are basically available for anybody to use and with strong level of credibility. What we are trying to do, actually, NANRI is trying to do in China, is working with the Ministry of Housing to standardize the building database for carbon credits, so that we only have one set of database or one group of database which are actually verified by the government. The government, the ministry, is not going to intervene into the market, but they basically say, this is the database we use, this is the benchmarking, if you deal with your baseline, this is it. Use it, and then deal with your baseline. That, I think, the government have a lot to say. That all comes down to the authority and the resources government has in terms of putting the data together and make sure that the data can be made use by the market. That actually is number one problem and number one challenges, and this will be resolved and can be resolved. The number two is actually based on, in terms of the professionalism of this industry. Honestly, as somebody actually on the front line, I think we are far from a very professional and very high level of sophistication for the industry. The whole ecosystem are actually mixed with a lot of very good professional entity bodies, but also reasonable number of people actually are actually not really up to that sort of standard or understanding what's the protocol, what that market is look like. So we need some kind of industry association or some kind of standards or professional qualification to make sure that people actually handling the voluntary carbon market have certain level of basic information and basic knowledge about it before they can actually handle it. We need that because the market is growing very fast. A lot of people are entering into this market, but not many of them actually have that official or formal or well-detailed training to be able to do it. We need that. Otherwise, we're driving away the project owners. So I think that's very important. One last thing I want to mention, we responded to some of the questions earlier, is it's very important for the voluntary carbon market as a tool to offer financial support and investment to offset projects. I met with a lot of owners. I work with an animal waste sort of farms in China and also one actually probably in Malaysia. They just simply put away all their animal waste in their farm and let the methane emit into the air. Until one day they realized that by separating the waste and the treating it, they can generate financial return. And I did some calculation. It's very attractive for them to actually do a bit more, one step forward, simply to reduce the emission of methane. A lot of our owners, people on the front line out there, didn't realize the potential financial return they can do by taking one more step on mitigating emission. And that, I think the financial sector should have a positive messages to them and say, here we are interested in invest in this, take one more step, and we save the earth. Thank you.
So to summarize the answer to the first one, it requires a strong government capacity to develop the regulatory standard, and it also needs the support of industry professionalism. And the third one, so carbon offset projects also need strong financing from the financial institutions. So thank you. So I think next question is from Imancha.
Should I stand or just sit? Okay, thank you. Thank you, moderator. Thank you as well, Dr. Stanley, Dr. Adam, and Dr. John for your presentations. Recall myself is actually one of the persons, to some extent, maybe have to responsible for what happened now with the initiative on the sustainable finance in Indonesia, because back 2000 2017, when we had the first regulations on the sustainable finance, as well as when we issue the sustainable finance roadmap issue in 2020 something. I was part of the process at the time. And for sure, then a lot of questions and a lot of discussions already being conducted as well. But the issue is, now I do realize that observing your presentations, I can see that we are talking on a very high level of policies, right? But to me, the issue is actually how we put this on a very grassroots level, you know, how we are altering the mindset, the culture of our people. Otherwise, then the issue on this, Dr. Stanley mentions about the challenges. Dr. John mentions about the 8 actions that we have to take 2030. It will be, to me, sorry, my perspective will be saying that it will be useless unless that people really understand the benefit of having these carbon reduction initiatives in place. Otherwise, people say, I'm not sure whether I want to do it because it's not really benefit myself. So I think in a lot of sessions, I always share about these, the garbage bins in the train stations. I don't know whether in Singapore, in Malaysia, it will be in standard already that you have 3 types of garbage bins. But in Indonesia, when you come to stations, every station has their own standard on the garbage bins. Sometimes 3, sometimes 2, and people, where I can put this waste into which one? Whether it's a recycle or it's a reuse or it's something like that. So people are still confusing whether it's relevant to ourselves, the issue on sustainable finance or carbon reductions. When we face the issue in a very practical, situation, it's far away from our understandings about this sustainable finance. So I don't know whether the initiative actually that the government from the beginning set to these, the kindergarten or pre-elementary and elementary school, they have to set the policies to change the mindset of people that in 2030, that everybody, to our case in Indonesia, knows already which waste that belong to which garbage bins actually, right? Otherwise then, sorry to say that, we still away from, the issue on how we are reducing the emissions. So just want to know how you see about that ideas. It's not only we put on the level of the government only, but then the government all have to be, being set as well the educational curriculum, for people from the earlier beginning of the school age. Otherwise that, we cannot really move very fast. Dr. Adam mentions accelerate. I don't think you can accelerate. If people from the very young until this, like us, that 5 years from now or 20 from now, then there's a lot of changes already in the area of the sustainable finance. So that's one of the questions from the very practical experience that I have right now. And the second one is, as a regulators, when we have this sustainable finance, I want to put it as similar to this, Dr. John mentions about the Basel framework. So there is no international standard really that set how we are, allocating banks and also non-bank financial institutions, allocating more capital for this sustainable finance and also for the climate change in particular. We're talking about transition risk, we're talking about physical risk, how you put these 2 types of risk into the Basel capital allocations framework into the banks. I haven't yet seen any kind of that approach in the Basel framework. So the Basel framework is actually for banks that really kind of like already well established but it cannot be really imitated into the other non-bank financial institutions. So I think if the banks goes first, then I think the non-bank financial institutions can go afterwards. So that's why I think, to my understandings, I have like the international standards must also have the the initiatives where you put this physical risk, transaction risk into this Basel capital allocation framework. I learned that we can put it under Pillar 2. I don't know whether participants really understand about the Pillar 2, Pak John, but I think we can put it under Pillar 2 because under Pillar 1 it's already talking about market risk, credit risk, and op risk. But under Pillar 2, there's like a discretion of the supervisor to ask for more capital, add on capital on top of this, given already risk under Pillar 1. So that's two, I don't know whether it's question or just an issue of our discussions today, as part of our discussion today. Thank you so much, and back to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak, for very, very intriguing questions, I guess. I think the first one can be answered by all speakers, so it is related to how to make these high context policies, sustainable finance policies, to be understandable by grassroots or by just layman people.
Can I go first?
Okay, thank you. Yes, please.
I'm from Monash University, and whatever Bapa has said, these are the two major areas of research right now. One is called behavioral change to climate. Behavioral change. Bagaimana caranya kita bisa berubah ya kebudayaan untuk climate action. Ya. For example, from now onwards, we don't eat bakso anymore. We just eat mie saja. Jangan makan bakso. Because bakso comes from sapi. And the sapi produce a lot of methane gas. Okay? So kita harus makan mie bakso tanpa bakso. Okay? So how do we convince people to do that? There's number one. Number two is the way of cooking. A lot of chefs tell me, you cook by gas and cook by electricity, there's a difference. Because you cook by electricity, it delays the heat. When you want to turn it down, it delays the heat. When you turn it up, it also delays it. Whereas gas is easier. The chefs tell me that. So it takes a long time to convince the chefs as well. So this is all about behavioral change. And it will take, you're correct, pendidikan. Dari anak-anak kecil kita harus to talk about how to do circular economy, to reduce, reuse, to reduce whatever and to reuse whatever we cannot reduce, right? So these are the changes. Now, in terms of the Basel II or Basel III, the Pillar 1 and the Pillar 2 and the Pillar 3 are all affected. I'll start with Pillar 3. Pillar 3 now, you have sustainability reporting that comes from IFRS and ISB. Now it is voluntary, but soon to be mandatory. So Pillar 3 is taken care of. Your Pillar 1 in your credit analysis, of course we have to do that, because when we are doing credit analysis, there will be a part of environmental risk that's in the credit analysis. And Pillar 2, of course, you have the supervisory approach to it as well. That's why I say the commissaries is very important. For me, I want to convince the commissaries first. But if the commissaries don't know, they won't know what to discuss. They don't know what to approve. So we have to talk to the commissaries first. So because I'm also commissaries in another bank, so I know that my other commissaries tidak tahu apanya ESG. Apakah ESG? They don't understand. Net zero, what is this? So I have to tell them and minum kopi and makan lemper. A lot of times to tell them slowly. Mereka paham, nanti mereka tidak paham. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. John. I think Dr. Stanley also wants to add something.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think that the question is actually a very valid one, and I could not help but try to tell what I think about it. I remember 15 years ago when I started going into the research work on carbon accounting, measurement of carbon. Nobody bothered about it. Nobody knew what carbon was. Very difficult even to get some funding. So it took us probably 15 years, 20 years until today that everybody now are very aware of the importance of carbon. and start to learn about it. But let's face it, we don't have another 15 or 20 years ahead of us. The time is ticking. If we think that, oh, let's start with structural, basic, fundamental education and teach our kids the importance of carbon dioxide emission, of course that is important. That have to be mandatorily done. Everybody should understand it. But I think the more important thing is we only have 20-some years ahead of us to 2050. Within that period of time, what is possible, what is impossible, need to be make a decision about it. So I think the financial sector is important. Why? Financial sector, the government or the industry can always release messages to the market and tell the market what is important, what the money can be made, and how you can actually get benefit by messages, by a very good system. And that can change the world very quickly. Whatever that is execution of that messages into the market is the most effective way of making changes in behavior. Let me tell you a practical situation. We're working with a bundle of farmers in Vietnam on coffee cultivation, trying to encourage them to switch from chemical fertilizer to organic fertilizer, which we can reduce nitrogen emission. Let's face it, the only thing they care about is, will they be actually earning more money? Period. Don't talk about anything noble. Well, I'm not saying that we should not educate them. We need to educate them, but we only have 20-some years to go. So the financial market should actually add to give out very positive, solid messages that if you reduce carbon dioxide emission, do action, you get benefited by the market. And that means market pricing, give a value to carbon, get a very transparent, a very sophisticated system of transaction is all important. That can change the world within a short period of time. Thank you.
Dr. Adam, you want to add something?
Yeah. So I noticed, Imasha, you wear a smartwatch, right? And I don't know whether it triggers us now that we should get moving. Yeah. So my watch start trigger. Basically, this is called, if you look into behavioral economics, nudging, the nudge theory, right? This little smartwatch here has just nudged me to get moving because I've been sitting too long, right? So behavioral change could be nudged through as very systemic, fundamental, bottom-up like education, but it could be as simple as from gadgets like that. So now a lot of us wearing smartwatches, we track our calories, number of steps, and so on. And this would not have happened if there's no smartwatch technology. The same with carbon climate as well. It needs to start with, of course, fundamentals, foundation, but there are lots of nudges, technological nudges, movie nudges from Tom Cruise, for example, that could nudge us. So coming to a more serious note on the BIS aspect of things, yes, we have not seen any concrete translation into capital requirements, liquidity, and so on. But the BIS has also issued a number of principles, FAQ, leaning towards that direction. And so before capital requirements could be set, there are a number of measures such as scenario analysis, stress tests, and a number of other measures that are being enforced in many countries. So our proposition from WF is to see how those stress test results could be then translated into real action. So one of the actions could be capital requirements and so on. But again, if you look at it from a more holistic standpoint, there are a number of building blocks in which regulation could take place, right? So it's not just capital requirements and liquidity ratios, but there could be other aspects like disclosure requirements, exposure limits, and so on. We have seen also the likes of Hungary. Hungary has set up a kind of incentive, a capital incentive for green loans, but for specific projects. So it's not so much penalizing, but more incentivizing. But I think going forward, we will see the other flip side of the penalizing aspect of capital requirements and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the answer. So to summarize a bit, so I think as Dr. Stanley noted, that it requires the financial institution to play part and market mechanism as well to play part. So when the market already incorporate this kind of thing into the mechanism, I think it's a lot easier for general people to understand and try to implement this sustainable finance business. And I think related to your second question, as Dr. Adam said as well, I think Basel is going to that direction. And maybe because Basel is also cooperating with NGFS right now, and I think we might want to see that kind of framework in the near future. So once again, thank you very much for the questions. I would like to invite several questions from our online participant. So the first one is from Daniel Andres from Zoom. So the question is, for a developed country like Indonesia, renewable energy is an expensive investment. Even some rich European countries consider it expensive because of the high maintenance costs. So how do we start, and what kind of technology do we need to invest first, considering our country's budget capability?
Can I very quickly tackle that?
Yeah, sure.
Well, thank you, Daniel, for asking the question. I'm going to give you a simple solution. This has been tried and before, okay? It's nothing new, but I'm just sharing with you. You can involve in any technology you want, no matter however expensive it is, provided somebody is willing to finance you, okay? Long time ago, there was a financing scheme that came out from the World Bank, and it goes like this. Let's say it is wind power. Wind power will take a long time to experiment where you need to locate that machine that generates the wind power. You need 3 years of research to do wind power. So World Bank came up with this idea that whoever wants to do it, they can borrow the money from the World Bank at concessional loan. If it is successful, this loan will become an equity. If it is successful, the loan will become equity, convertible loan, all right? Or a convertible bond. But if it is unsuccessful, loss sharing, which is very Islamic banking, is bank Sharia. You know, loss sharing is bank Sharia in the true sense. So if it is unsuccessful, loss sharing, but if successful, the loan becomes equity or a bond. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's a very valid question. I think there are both policy solution and non-policy solution. For policy solution, I think this is tackling the kind of the big elephant in the room, which is basically creating a level playing field between fossil and renewable energy. In the case of India, we have seen what India has done between fossil fuel subsidy swap. So you kind of tax fossil fuel, which is, or mining industry, which is can be also very political and tricky. But at the same time, you swap it with subsidy for renewable and green efforts. So that is one policy decision that needs to be made. In terms of non-policy options, we have seen the case of New South Wales in Australia, whereby they developed a strategy to have a large integrated renewable energy zone. In the case of Malaysia, I think we're also looking into RE zone, large industrial zones, and this would basically facilitate financing. And in the case of New South Wales, it attracted over Aussie dollar 43 billion investment. At the ground level, when you talk about residential solar projects, we have seen also efforts in the case of New Zealand, whereby the country, or in certain pockets, where they aggregate small residential solar projects into one subscription lease model. So that will create the critical mass, reduce the probability of default or credit risk, and therefore make it more economic and economics of scale. We have also seen the case of platforms with the new tech we call solar as a service, SaaS, whereby you have solar leasing with fixed fee without any upfront cost. In the US, we have seen some of the initiative where startups have started this to kind of offload that initial upfront costs. Yeah.
Thank you. So I think it's related to the availability of financing, also a government policy, and then scale. Because if you can achieve economies of scale, you can improve efficiency, and it makes things cheaper, and also the role of technology and innovation as well. And one final question from YouTube, from Kelly Ng. So the question is, in your view, which country in Asia should oversee the carbon trade or net zero movement? Should a single platform be used to standardize the trading of carbon credits, and how? So I think this is addressed to Okay, Dr.
I'll give a go, okay. I think this is also a very good question, because I already allude to the fact that transparency is very important in terms of trading in the VCM market. There's always a sort of a worry about it in terms of double counting. Double counting is so important an issue. But today, honestly, there isn't a very effective way of trying to checking whether this project are actually being used more than once. And both in terms of the transaction and also in terms of the project itself in terms of registration, because we have so many different standard bodies happening at the same time. But works are already started to try to make sure there's some kind of information sort of alignment between that. But I think we need, I think it's actually World Bank actually have an initiative to try to make sure that the major standard body and standard body can be all come aligned together, and then we have access to their registry at the same time. So anybody can actually check a particular project with a specific identity, that whether it's already registered in more than one registry. But that can only be done with actually some kind of authority and some kind of legal backing, because you're actually trying to put them all together. And I think ASEAN as a whole should actually start to explore this. And if you ask me which countries particularly, of course I would prefer Indonesia. You are one of the largest suppliers in the world in this region. If you start to think about whether you can be actually taking the leadership of trying to orchestrate together a framework so that the registry of the project within Asia at least can actually be seen through one single platform. That actually is not that difficult, provided you have consent from the standard body. It's only a matter of putting them into one type of platform that can be accessible by everybody. That transparency of a project, where it is, which registry register, what is it all doing, will go a big way to help the market to be mature. So Indonesia, go ahead and do it.
Thank you very much. Any further comments? No, so I think, yeah, so Indonesia.
I just want to add on that. I think I do agree that I think cross-border collaboration is important. We have seen this happening this month, where Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia has come together. The stock exchanges have come together and signed an MOU to look into ESG kind of platform and so on. They have not come into carbon yet because it's still new, but ESG kind of cross-border exchange of information, listing requirements and so on are already a work in progress. Yeah? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think this is a very good opportunity for Indonesia to lead the movement of sustainable finance and green finance in Southeast Asia. And I think, like Dr. Senin mentioned, issues such as transparency, the avoidance of double counting, as well as the establishment of standardization bodies are crucial to achieve regional standards. So again, thank you very much. Let's give another round of applause to all of the speakers. This has been a very productive morning, and I hope we learned a lot today from the presentations, from the Q&A sessions, and I think the time is almost up now. Before the end of the first panel session, I would like to invite Pak Irmansyah to the stage to give souvenirs to the speakers.
Mr. Irmansyah, Deputy Commissioner of the Board of Commissioner and Logistic of the OJK, handing over souvenirs to the speakers and moderators. Please. A group photo, please. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Please give big round of applause for the first station panel discussion. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you all for your active participation in the morning sessions. It's now time for a well-deserved lunch break. Please enjoy your buffet lunch at the aisle in front of the ballroom and take this opportunity to network with fellow participants. We will reconvene here at 1:15 or 1:15 p.m. The afternoon stations. Bon appetit. Thank you.
T1 C.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform as a requirement to get e-certificate. Please make sure that all participants online and offline fill and submit the feedback form that available on the front screen and chat box. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna start the second session with executive speech from Mr. Imansha. Mr. Imansha, the floor is yours.
Thank you, moderators. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon for all of us. Excellency, Chairman of Board of Commissioners of Financial Services Authority or OJK, Bapak Mahendra Siregar, Excellencies, Dr. David Neller, Director of Australia-Indonesia Partnership for Economic Development or Prospera, distinguished speakers and moderators, officials from my fellows, ministries and institutions, my fellows OJK from head office as well as from regionals, and all participants that join us in our seminar today. Ladies and gentlemen, I will try to deliver some kind of like insights and views on behalf of the Board of Commissioners this afternoon. With regard to our meetings today and this afternoon, with the theme of the Save the Planet, the role of financial sector to support carbon reductions and electric vehicles development. Ladies and gentlemen, I think when we follow the presentations within the morning sessions, we all know that the issue of climate change is already take place. As we experience today as well, how we are facing our days now with quite extreme climate. It's so hot and people suffering lack of waters in every lot of areas of Indonesia. And I think it is very much valid because based on the data of National Aeronautics and Space Administration in the last 10 years, the Earth's temperature has increased by 0.86 degrees Celsius compared to average temperature in 1951 to 1980. So it's quite strange that I am wearing suit this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, because I think it's more comfortable with batik instead of having suit with me, right? It's hotter to have suit rather than having also batik with us. But anyway, that's really the situations we are facing today, because the global warming has caused environmental problems such as rising sea levels. I think Dr. John mentioned this morning, so be careful if you are investing into a very close to seashore, because the rising sea levels will affecting your investment in the future. Forest fires, change in the rain patterns, floods, extreme weather, and destructive storms. I think so we can follow the issue, the situations, based what we see from the TV news and also other media. The impact of climate change in Indonesia economy and finance sector, among other insurance sector, losses due to climate-induced disaster reached 0.1% of GDP in 2018. So I think it's quite huge, the number of losses because of these climate disasters. And the number of tragedies caused by climate change increased from 249 in 1980 to 820 in 2019. So in 20 years' time, almost, the number of tragedies caused by climate change is double. So it's, I think, something that worries us a lot. And experts have estimated that an increase in global temperature by 3.2 degrees Celsius could potentially erase up to 18.1 of the global GDP by 2050. So I don't want to bring a lot of this data statistic into ourselves today because all of this data is quite frightening for us as well, right? Because everything goes into more severe conditions compared to decades before. So what we can learn from the morning session is actually how we are moving forward to set the standard, facing the challenges and come up with the resolution and the solutions of the challenges, and also something that we can see what we have to do, 8 actions in 2030 that assist us to save our planet. That's really the issue, the very basic issue of what we are having from our International Research Forum today. Ladies and gentlemen, as the global awareness regarding climate change increased in the past few years, various international agreements to tackle climate change have been ratified by the majority of countries that are members of the United Nations or UN. So we can have the insight, the knowledge coming from what is really initiative introduced by the Kyoto Agreement in 1997, by the Paris Agreement in 2015, and also Conference on the Parties, COP27 in 2022. That in common, they are come up with like initiatives, including as well a fund for countries suffering losses from the impact of climate change, increasing awareness and targets on climate change, and strengthening emission targets to align with the Paris Agreement by 2030. So as for the continuation of the Paris Agreement, the target is lowered at the policy level of each country, including Indonesia in the form of National Determined Contributions or NDC. Each country must report post-2020 climate change mitigation actions in nationally determined contributions document to be provided to the United Nations Framework Conventions on Climate Change, or UNFCCC. The NDC document set a target of reducing greenhouse gas emissions in Indonesia, namely 29%, with Indonesian own efforts, and 41% conditionally with adequate international support by 2030. However, the enhanced NDC, the emission reduction target by self-effort increased to almost 32% by 2030, and with the international assistance to 42.2%. And net zero emission target no later than 2060 or sooner, as stated in the enhanced nationally determined contribution document that was submitted in the United Nations on September 23, 2022. So just wondering where we are in 2060, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully we can still witness what happened with our planet, and we are moving forward for the better environment in 2060. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to reach the aforementioned emissions target and combat climate change, Indonesia has formulated several national strategic policies that are cross-sectoral and cross-industry. From the environmental aspect, there is the forestry and other land use net sink 2030 policy to mitigate carbon emissions through forestry and green open spaces. From the part of consumer behavior, the development of public transportation modes, and the development of the electric vehicle industry. from the economic aspects, carbon pricing policy, as well as carbon taxes, and facilitating the trading of carbon credits through carbon exchange. These also include financial sector, right? So the financial sector also contributes in mitigating climate change through sustainable finance policies to channel financing for long-term environmentally oriented projects. I think this becoming more affirmative for us and being strengthened as well by the issue of financial sector development and strengthening law of P2SK in 2023 that very specifically inside that law mentions about the sustainable finance. And in addition to that articles, there's something that has been said as well that to establish a sustainable finance committee or Komite Keuangan Berkelanjutan consisting of the Ministry of Finance, Bank Indonesia, and also the Financial Service Authority or OJK. It mandates the preparations of a sustainable taxonomy by this Komite Keuangan Berkelanjutan as a guideline for the financial industry. OJK and relevant ministries updated the Indonesian Green Taxonomy as a classification standard and guide for the implementation of sustainable finance and to support transition activities for the Asian taxonomy for sustainable finance. And the history recalls us as well, you know, that we issued already the relevant POJK since 2017 on the title with this green sustainable finance as well as the green bonds and green sukuks. Of course, all that efforts is like initial efforts from the OJK. We have also issued the second roadmap on the sustainable finance, and we are very much looking into more detailed actions that we can come up later on with how we are implement the roadmap in a more effective way. So the issue, ladies and gentlemen, is not actually about the regulations. So the issue is how we are walk the talk. The concept is there already, but how to implement and how to become more effective for us, not only in particular for the banking sector, but I think it's also, we have to initiate as well how we are implementing the issue of sustainable finance for the non-bank financial institution as well as the other relevant industries. So through this event, we hope that there will be an increased coordinations and research as well related to sustainable finance topic, which significantly support the task of OJK and also related ministers in the process of formulating future policies to facilitate the transformation of sustainable finance in Indonesia to achieve the target of reducing emission to net zero emissions by 2060. So hopefully my remarks will like an introductions for our second discussion this afternoon. So it must, as on the title, we have this discussion already on the carbon reductions, and the speaker this afternoon will talk more on the electric vehicle developments. Hopefully we can have also a very good and also relevant and very deep insight coming from the speakers in this afternoon, and hopefully we can share our insight as well during the question and answer sessions. So that's what I can share and deliver as introductions for the second session this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please enjoy and contribute again your insight, views, and knowledge in this second session of this Today Research Forum. Thank you so much, and I stop here, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And back to MC. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Iman Shah. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, I would like to delegate the session to our moderator, Mrs. Amelia Yahya, who will facilitate a presentation and panel discussion with our distinguished speakers. Mrs. Amelia Yahya, please take it from here.
Thank you very much, Vera, for the kind introduction. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our second panel discussion. Today we're going to be talking about an array of topics surrounding the future and the impact on our future with regards to electric vehicles. But first, allow me to first introduce myself. So my name is Amelia Yahya, and I'm based in Singapore, and I was a news anchor for CNN Indonesia and correspondent for CNN International. And I'm so incredibly honored, so very happy to be here, to be a part of this incredible day as your moderator, especially with everyone here. And first and foremost, on behalf of OJK, allow us to extend our profound gratitude and sincere thanks to everyone for your participation and for your attendance here today. Ladies and gentlemen, to liven up our spirits really, without your support, this event would not be possible. So for that, let us give the biggest round of applause for everyone here. Check. Thank you very much. I'd like to also thank our organizers that's been working tirelessly in making sure that our events goes as smoothly as possible. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about this topic presented at hand with us today, and that is on saving the planet, on the role of financial sector to support carbon reduction, and particularly on this second panel discussion on electric vehicles development, we of course must also touch base on the future of our planet, the quality of our life, as well as our cities, and really on every single aspect that we are talking about today, ladies and gentlemen, it is all tied to the evolution of transportation. Yes, so when we talk about electric vehicles, ladies and gentlemen, we are not just talking about a trend, as it is also on adaptation on our future. Ladies and gentlemen, it also mentions as well as highlights on the importance of our technological innovations, as well as our transformative shift and force that is shaping the world today. And ladies and gentlemen, as we know, all of our OJK's events, it serves as one of the most notable events for all of us here to acquire, as well as understand the most updated and the most accurate information, especially with regards to what is driving the financial sector, and on this special panel discussion on electric vehicles. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to invite and feature to you a great list of panelists with us today, and they are undoubtedly the experts in their respective fields, and together we're going to learn so much from them. But before I invite them onto the stage, ladies and gentlemen, I understand that many of you have been here since morning time, so we're going to learn so much, but we're also going to have a little bit of fun. Therefore, I'd like you to take out your phones, ladies and gentlemen, as let us start this session with a game of Kahoots. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to present to you a QR code for all of you to join us in this game of Kahoots. And we ask you to please answer the questions. And as you can see here, on Menti, go to menti.com and please enter the code of 4203059 and on what you know about electric vehicles. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to participate and tell us about your insights as well as your answers on this first question. On what do you know about electric vehicles? We've already gotten 10 responses, and it's growing. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for participating. And yes, as you can see, all the keywords that we see on the screen: zero emission, clean and green, environmentally friendly, innovation, so much to talk about on this very session. and 52 responses and still growing. Thank you so much, everyone, for your participation and for your attendance here today. On saving the planet, ladies and gentlemen, particularly on the development of electric vehicles. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, over 100 now. How incredible. And so, look, when we talk about electric vehicle, look at that. Greenwashing, as well as on unlocking transformation, environmentally friendly green energy. And Tesla, of course, one of the most forward brands when we talk about electric vehicles. And battery. When it comes to battery, we're also going to touch base on that specific subject, as it is the subject that many of us are still doing the little dance and questioning on how, yes, the longevity of the battery itself that we're going to be talking about on electric vehicles. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we've gotten 156 responses. Thank you so much. Let's give everyone here a big round of applause. So, ladies and gentlemen, there we have it. Thank you very, very much for your participation on the game, and thank you so much for giving us your insights as well as your answer on what you know about electric vehicles. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite to the stage our panelists, our dear speakers, whom are undoubtedly the experts in their respective fields, and together we're going to pick their brain. So, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome our first panelist, Miss Monica Huang, on pre-sales on Envision Digital. Let's give her a big round of applause. Thank you very much, Ms. Huang. And I know that you hail from Singapore, and I hope that you're doing well today, and Jakarta's treating you well. Thank you so much for joining us here today. And ladies and gentlemen, for our second panelist, allow me to invite to the stage, he's the lead advisor of Catalyst. Please welcome Dr. David Mitchell. Thank you very much, Dr. Mitchell, for joining us here today. And ladies and gentlemen, we have two more great speakers joining us here today. Please welcome Bapak Suwandi Wiratno, the President Director of PT Chandra Sakti Utama Leasing. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Bapak Suwandi. And last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, a very special figure that's undoubtedly been the driving force in our vehicle as well as transportation industry. Please allow me to welcome to the stage the chairman of Gaikindo, Mr. Johannes Nangoy. Bapak Johannes, Bapak Suwandi, Dr. Mitchell, and Ms. Huang, thank you so much for joining us here today and for allowing us to pick your brain and learn so much from you. We indeed have so much to talk about, especially with regards to electric vehicles and the impact on our future. But ladies and gentlemen, before I welcome our first speaker to present her presentation to us today, allow me to tell you a little bit about her. So ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Monica Huang represents Envision Digital, and Ms. Huang is the principal consultant of pre-sales of Envision Digital International. Ladies and gentlemen, she's an incredibly passionate contributor to the energy transition mission in APAC, with a proven track record in developing new business lines, as well as opening new markets in both SME and MNC. She has a comprehensive understanding of the commercial, regulatory, financial, technical, and digitalization aspects of the energy sector. So without further ado, allow me to welcome Ms. Huang to present her presentation. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Thanks for the kind introduction. So I'll just stand and make the presentation. Got to walk off the lunch. Right. Okay, so I'll just wait for the slides to be up. Okay. So today I will present the view from the industry, mostly from the EV charging part, and a little bit on the recycling towards the end, and also the consumer's mentality. All right. So next slide, please. Do we have the clicker? so for today I will focus on the global EV sales share. Then we talk about the importance of availability of the EV itself, because without the cars, then there wouldn't be any on the road. Then we talk about the chargers, because unlike the internal combustion engine, you have your petrol and diesel infrastructure up. Now you need the chargers. And I think we spoke at length this morning about a just transition, which also links to affordability. And I will end it off in, to have this large deployment of electric vehicles, you need an ecosystem. It's not just about the vehicle and not just about the chargers. So here is a quick snapshot of the electric car sales trend in some of the world's largest automotive sector. And I have divided it into 3 different categories based on the GDP per capita. So if we look on the most high-income countries, you can see that clearly the EV sales penetration has reached a significant level, some of them going above 20%. And yes, indeed, the government has played a big role in it. Now, is this something that the lower income or kind of countries can emulate? We shall wait for the answer to be seen. But if you look at the less than $10,000 where we have the likes of Indonesia, Brazil, and India, actually Indonesia is faring pretty well at 1.5% based on the last data I saw in 2022. Alright, so in the sales of EV, the trend is normally very, very slow for a good number of years before you have a big spike. Okay, but when does that spike happen? So to me, it happens normally at the 5%. So in this particular presentation, I'm going to focus on the how do you jumpstart to get to that 5%, and later on the market should work its magic, right? And fewer interventions is necessary. As you can see in certain countries that have crossed that mark, such as China and Norway, these two are probably the most advanced and cited countries. You can see that the government is already scaling back a lot of the incentives, both financial and non-monetary ones. Okay. So one of the characteristics that a lot of these high sales penetration countries have is that they have the battery or the car manufacturing within their country. So to my understanding, Indonesia, due to their large wealth in nickel and some of the other rare earth materials, there is a lot of investment coming into the country to build the batteries itself. And historically, you're already a large automotive manufacturing country. So actually the elements are already here. But how do we plan that transition so that as your production goes up, you also have demand locally to purchase those electric cars or electric bikes for that matter? Okay. So a few years ago when I went into this industry, they like to use the word chicken and egg. Which one should come first? Is it the car or the charging infrastructure? Right? Things like range anxiety, the word gets thrown around a lot. But after a few years of observation, I would like to make my own little conclusion is that actually you are giving birth to twins. They have to happen at around the same time. Because if you don't have them well balanced as you go along, then it will not be a very successful and smooth transition. So I use the 2 terms, double A's. One is availability and affordability. So let's start with the availability part. Okay, the first 5% to target, who are they exactly? And I would like to maybe just quote, or not really quote Elon Musk, but his strategy of how he approached his own private enterprise, which is to target the people who will afford it, and it makes financial sense for them to do it first, which are the supercars. It was only after a good number of years that they finally managed to have the Tesla Model 3, which is the mass market model. Okay, so now when we repositioned this at the national level. So we do not expect people in the smaller towns or some of the not electrified places to go EV. No, we definitely don't expect that, right? So it will be the first tier cities in Indonesia, and even within the city, there are electric motorbikes, which is already going pretty well. But for today, I just focus on the electric car and heavier vehicles. So this will be your high-income earners, individuals. And why then? So to my limited understanding, I think such higher wealth families, they tend to own more than one car. So if they need to go for long distance travel, they can just easily switch to the petrol car instead of having the electric vehicle. But in the day-to-day commute to work, to the supermarket or a weekend cinema getaway, just pick up your electric car, charge it back home, because the range of the car is now touching 400, 500 kilometers easily. And because they have their own house, you can install the EV charger and have it charged overnight. Alright, so just a rough sense of time, how long it takes to charge. If you drive about 50 kilometers on average per day, right, you only need to charge after 6 days, and each full charge for a car of 60 kilowatt hour or up to 100 kilowatt hour, you would take around about 4 or 5 hours to do a full charge at home. Okay, so when you are sleeping, your car can just continue to charge. Okay, next segment is the taxi and ride-hailing companies. And why would they be motivated to do so? It's because of the ESG and the nice public relations publicity that comes along with it. And because they can buy in bulk, they can have a better price from the automotive sellers. And they are also in a better position to go to the financiers, the banks, to ask for a green financing package to lower their cost of the purchase. Okay, chauffeured service is a little bit similar to the taxi. So like your Silverbird and the GoBirds, they serve more of the corporate customers. And these corporate customers are less price sensitive, and maybe they have to do a little bit of carbon reporting too for their trips. So all these eco-conscious decisions will allow them to pay a premium for this kind of electric car service. In fact, when I was at the airport, I saw that there was some waiting booth for people who choose the electric car from the Bluebird or Silverbird. Right. And the other good thing about them is because the trips are booked in advance, you can plan your charging schedule a little easier than as opposed to someone who's just driving randomly on the road. Okay, then the next two are more for the large corporate fleets where the last mile logistics. So last mile logistics, they usually stay within the city zone. So, and they will have a base, which is the depot that they can go back to for a top up. And the company itself would invest in the chargers for their own use. So you don't need to rely on public charging infrastructure that is giving you the anxiety of losing charge halfway. Right. And then for the public transport buses that run on a fixed route, it's great for them because public transport is in itself very green, right? And when you change it to battery, it's even greener. And why do I claim this? So, although I know that Indonesia still has a significant amount of coal production, but if we look at the efficiency of the vehicle, the ICE, the internal combustion buses, they are only about 20 to 40% efficient. However, for a battery itself, it's usually 80 to 90% efficient. So when you do an end-to-end comparison of the carbon, the battery is still more efficient, right? So IEA has done a study on this and compared the vehicles. So it is scientifically proven to be more lower carbon intensive. Okay, so why do we need more EV models? This is to drive choices. For the segments that I showed you earlier, especially for those higher income individuals, they want to have the ability to choose, right? So if you look at the Norway chart and the EV for Thailand, you could see that the numbers definitely shot up in tandem with the numbers offered to them. So it's a two-way street. When the sellers start to see that interest is picking up, they will push more models into the market. And why do we want that? Because, as I mentioned, after the 5% mark is hit, usually the market should work by itself. And that is because you have already generated the baseline demand, so more affordable cars will start to come in. So if you see for Thailand, that has certainly happened, where a lot of the Chinese electric vehicle models were introduced to the market, right, sometime in 2020-21. And now they are one of the top sellers in the market. Okay, availability of chargers. So who should be putting up the infrastructure? Right now in Indonesia, PLN has been mandated by the government to do it. Well, I would suggest that actually the market should speak for itself. The utility, as you can see in the diverse different types of market, whether it's a high income Europe, in Thailand or in Singapore, they are a part but not the full picture. You definitely have to engage the oil and gas sector, which is already holding the relationships with the drivers, the fleet owners, to go from oil and diesel to electric vehicle charging at their petrol station. And after that, they could diversify further. And there will be others who belong more to people who are opportunistic investors or even startups with very innovative business models to come into the picture. Okay, so some of the charging installation business models in Singapore that have already taken place, right? There is no one-size-fits-all installation package. It depends on the type of building and properties we are talking about. If you're a single homeowner, it's very different kind of consideration factor for the industry buildings. The single homeowner, they don't care about smart charging or anything. They just want a reliable charger that is not going to catch fire and do some annual maintenance work. For the industrial buildings, it's more of, okay, they want the most price competitive, fast chargers, and the chargers are always in tip-top condition because it's for operational purposes. Let's say if the public bus operators buy a charger, they cannot afford the chargers to be spoiled every week, right? It would be a nightmare for your running of the routes. Okay. And the total cost of ownership of EV has to eventually be on par with the combustion engine vehicles. So there are two types of price parity. One is total cost of ownership, which is from the time you buy all the way to you stop using the car, right? So this includes the purchase price and the cost of electricity versus the cost of the oil and gas. So the first one that usually breaks even first is the total cost, right? Because unfortunately, battery cars today are still generally more expensive without the subsidies. So to help them with it, a lot of the different countries have came up with carrot and stick method. So you give some incentives to the battery cars, and you also put on more tax on the internal combustion engine vehicles. Okay. Then later on, we talk about just the purchase price alone. That should come from the market directly. Okay. Okay, so there is a study by the ICCT, the Clean Council of Transportation, who measured extensively what is the cost to operate a diesel bus versus an electric bus in Jakarta. So as you could see from here, looking at the taxes and fees that are payable, actually the diesel bus is paying less right now. So is there something that could be refined of this tax structure to at least make this on par or even lower? Right. So I just want to end this up with the whole ecosystem concept. Right. Beyond the vehicles and chargers, we have other parts that must be addressed properly. First, we have the very important insurance. I'm not too familiar with Indonesia, but at least in Singapore, every car that goes onto the road, you must have a car insurance behind you. If not, you can't bring it out onto the public road. So insurance today, they are also struggling to figure out how to price the premium. So in Singapore, if you drive an electric car of similar power capacity, your premium for a battery car is higher because data points for safety, fire, accident, how much it costs to repair, these are not available. So in their risk management, they just have to put in a higher premium. But over time, as they collect more information and data points, we should expect a lowering of this premium and maybe even having some disruptors in the insurance space who are willing to come up with innovative ideas. The next one is the EV parts and components. The car has a lot of parts, right? Luckily, battery car already has way fewer than a petrol and diesel car. But nonetheless, these parts will eventually wear and tear, and you need to replace them. So the automotive workshops around the whole country, but starting with the major cities, they need to learn how to repair the vehicle in case it spoils. So training and upskilling is required. And what the Singapore government has done in this is to partner the private sector, the training institutes, to come up with programs to train the technicians who do the actual work of fixing and certifying them to make sure they do the right thing. Yeah? EV inspection and servicing. So this is where you have to check once in a while whether the vehicle is still in good condition. So it is true that battery, if not handled properly, can be a fire hazard. All right? But automotive grade batteries are super stringent, etc. Nonetheless, we should still pay attention to ensure they go for regular inspections. The next one is used EV trading. So the good thing about second-hand car trading market is they help to bring down the purchase value of the car so that you can go to the next level of the income group people, that they can then also come on board the EV journey, right? If you're always having to buy a new car, the premium is sometimes too much for them. Okay. Financing institutes, usually at the purchase point, how do you encourage green financing and green loans? Do you want to differentiate between the higher powered cars or the mass market cars? So all these financing packages has to kick in. And also sales purchase model. Nowadays, there are those companies that don't sell the full car to you. They just sell you the vehicle chassis with the shell, but the battery belongs to them. All right, so this will effectively lower the cost of purchase by 40–50%. And lastly, research and training institutes. They are necessary to continuously improve the battery technology so that the range, which today is at 500, but a few years ago, they were only at 200 plus. So you can see that with continuous better improvement, you will see safer and higher energy battery systems, and of course, cooler cars. All right, so yeah, that's the end of my presentation. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Monica Huang, for the excellent, very insightful presentation. Thank you very much for sharing your great insights and your expertise on the energy transition as well as its progress. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to remind you that after all of our speakers' presentations, we're also going to hold a panel discussions, a Q&A session. Therefore, for those of you who would like to ask questions, please do not hesitate to just raise your hand, and then our organizers are going to hand over the mics to you. And please tell us your name as well as your affiliation, your institution, and then whom your questions is directed to, be it Ms. Huang, Dr. Mitchell, Bapak Sowandi, or Bapak Johannes. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to tell you a little bit about our next speaker to present his presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, he represents Catalyst Prospera as the lead advisor of market integration. He was previously an advanced manufacturing and services advisor and established under the Indonesia-Australia Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreements Economic Cooperation Program, or the IACPA ECP. Catalyst is a 5-year, $40 million government-backed business development program, unlocking the vast potential of economic partnership between Australia and Indonesia. And he's a senior executive, an innovator, and entrepreneur delivering strategic organizational change in complex techno-social environments. So without further ado, it is with great honor for us to welcome on stage Mr. David Mitchell to present his presentation. Let us give him a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. I feel I've been oversold, and I see my LinkedIn profile has been scraped. I'd like to thank Monica for a really excellent talk, because she's set up the sort of things that I want to talk about, and she's also stolen my first 2 slides. But I'm very pleased to see that actually they align. So I'd like to talk a little bit about the ecosystem, but first of all I need to talk about the philosophy. The first thing that that I would like to impart to you is that electric vehicles aren't really a one-for-one, like-for-like replacement with petrol cars. Your existing petrol car will not get a software upgrade every 3 to 5 months for the rest of its life. It'll be like my last car, where I went into the service guys after about 5 years and said, "Do you think we could do a map update?" And they said, "Sure, we can buy the CD from Audi, it'll be $950. I said, "It's fine, I've got Google Maps on the phone." Whereas all new cars have automatic update. They're connected to the air all the time. So when you're thinking about battery life, just be aware that you'll be getting a BMS update every year or 2 years, and so your battery will be being looked after with technology that's been written in 5 years' time, not that was written 3 years ago. And the next thing I would say is that this is not a transition. Transitions imply coordination and control, things that are very highly regarded in Indonesian culture. This is a disruption. This is coming like a tsunami. It can't be controlled. It will just happen to you. And it will mostly be good. But that implies tipping points and things breaking. And sometimes it'll feel like things break, and sometimes you won't be ready for the tipping point. But my message is that there will be one, and recognise it when it comes. And the other thing is about people in the room. And you did a bit of an interactive thing before, so I might do one now. How many people here own an electric vehicle? Put your hand up. None. And look, that's not unexpected in Indonesia. Oh, is there one? Excellent. Thank you. 2. What do you have?
I built electric vehicles. I built one.
You built one? Excellent. Oh, an electric motorcycle. Gojek, motor listrik or a big one? Motor listrik, excellent. So when you are talking to each other, you've no real experience. You don't really know. You've never owned one, you've never plugged one in, you caught one to the airport, it was very quiet. But all of the things that you think about, you naturally worry. Oh, what will happen if the battery just runs flat? Will I make the range? So you are operating in an absence of contemporary information, and this is very challenging when the sector is moving very fast. And what happens is that the predominant source of knowledge are the incumbents. And with a lot of respect to the incumbents, they're not all that interested in being disrupted. They would much prefer a transition with control, where their assets are managed, not an awful event and all of a sudden their factory is completely stranded. Very bad for business. And the last thing I would say is that the transition will be demand-led. And Monica made a really good point about chicken or egg. It's got to be demand-led. It starts slow. And here is the 5% slide, which is absolutely right. So this is from Bloomberg. 19 countries in the world have passed 5%. I looked on Twitter the other day, it's now 23. And last month, 20% of new car sales in the world were electric. So the future is here, but it's just unevenly distributed. So what does that mean for Indonesia? In Indonesia, 5% of new sales for motorcycles is about 700,000 motorcycles a year. So we're not really close to that yet, but we might be there next year or maybe the year after. And if we're there next year, then in 4 years, based on what we expect in other markets with cars, which is slightly different, so Indonesia might go faster in the two-wheel market or it might go slower, 25% of new sales, 3.5 million motor listrik a year, would be sold well before the end of the decade. That would be a substantial disruption. Cars are different, about 20 million passenger vehicles in Indonesia, about the same as Australia. 1 million a year sold, 50,000 is 5%. I suspect it won't be too long before we get there, the way Wuling and Hyundai are pumping them out. So now let's talk about charging infrastructure. And of course, when people talk to you about charging infrastructure, they talk about the negatives. Will the grid cope? What about PLN? Aren't they meant to put all the charges up? Who's going to pay? Really important question. I'm happy to pay for the electricity, but I don't want to pay for the charger. And then what happens if everybody comes home, plugs in at once, and the grid breaks? Now, seriously, this is what the guys that run the grid in Queensland were saying to me 3 or 4 years ago. Oh, but we can't just let anybody put anything they want in their house. Like, what happens if everybody comes home at the same time? Mate, seriously? So I always think it's important to have a prop. So I bought one on. Who knows what this is? I don't know what the sign language guys are going to say when they see this. Do you think plugging these in is going to break the grid? Do you think everybody's going to come home at the same time and dry their hair? No. So why don't we have a think about charging electric cars with the concept of the hairdryer equivalent? So when you want to think about plugging your car in, don't think about plugging a car in, think about plugging a hairdryer in. This is courtesy of my hotel. It's called the Black Mambo, and I hope it's going to get home in one piece. Ah, shocker. So, here is my favourite car in Indonesia, the Wuling Air. And I'm going to do some very simple numbers for you. And the most important thing to understand is that it's a 700-watt hairdryer. The Black Mambo's 1875, by the way. I'll just blow your head off. Okay. So a Wuling Air uses 85 watt-hours per kilometre. That's its efficiency, if you like. It's a small car. A bigger car like an Ioniq 5 would probably use 180 to 200, so you might get 5 kilometres per kilowatt hour. And a motor listrik probably uses somewhere down around 20, because they have a 1.1 kilowatt hour battery and they get about 50 k's. So, and that's mostly related to weight and distance. So let's say you drive your Wuling Air 100 kilometres per day. 100 kilometres times 85 watt hours is 8,500, 8.5 kilowatt hours, which is about the size of the battery in my old plug-in hybrid. So how many hours would it take you to charge? And as you can see, Wuling, it just plugs into a plug. It doesn't need a special charger, just any wall outlet will do. So if you can get access to a 3-pin plug, you can charge your car. In the same way, you can use your hairdryer. So to recharge 100 kilometres will take about 12 hours at hairdryer speed. So do you think a few thousand Wulings coming home is going to break the grid? Do you think a few thousand hairdryers is going to break the... No. Now, if you use the full 2 kilowatts out of the outlet, about 4.5 hours. So for the sort of Indonesian-style car, the Wulings that we see all of the time around in Jakarta, there is no charging infrastructure required. Buy a double adapter. But when you get it home, just plug it in, like you do at night with your phone. I mean, mostly you're asleep. So now let's do a motor listrik example. So these are actual photos that I took nearly 12 months ago. And one of the nice things about motor listrik in Indonesia is that they have, there's a battery swapping mode. So if you buy a Smoot, you can charge with swap. And here is a cabinet. It holds 8 batteries. They're each about 1.1 kilowatt hours. Whoops, I left off the H, my bad. And because you swap, and because their business model is just linked to the number of kilometres you drive, not to what the battery's charged, you swap as often as you like. So I'm assuming that you swap at 30%, empty or full, and that it only has to get to 80 and you'd be happy to take one and put it in your bike. So I only have to put 550 watt hours in each of those batteries, and if the whole cabinet was full, at our hairdryer equivalent, about 6 hours. And on the right, that is the plug. That was how it was plugged in. Round the back, I went and took a photo of it. So if you're worried about charging infrastructure, do you really think that there aren't enough power boards in Indonesia to plug in? And I have another picture at an Indomaret, not of an 8-bay one, but a 3-bay one, and it is on a double adapter with the drinks fridge out the front. So for the next year or two, you really don't have to worry very much about the charging infrastructure in Indonesia. You've got a great grid. Could it be more resilient? Yes, of course. There's more in the Jamali grid. PLN already has too much power. They would love a few people to buy electric vehicles and plug them in. So I'm just going to finish up with a little comment on the batteries. Supply always follows demand. The demand for batteries is enormous, and in 2022, globally, there was already over a terawatt hour of production capacity. In 2018, the same people thought that this level of capacity would be reached in 2028. It was reached last year. And by about 2027, we expect close to 8 to 9 terawatts of capacity. There are supply challenges, but there are no supply fatal flaws. This will be a demand-led, this will go fast, and it will be unexpected. And unexpected things will happen, and we'll need to adapt. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. David Mitchell, for the excellent, very insightful presentation. And thank you very much for delivering it in a way that helps us, all of us here, to understand a little more and a little better on this pretty complex subject. And ladies and gentlemen, next, before I welcome our next speaker to present his presentation, allow us to tell you a little bit about him. So ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible figure. Mr. Suwandi Wiratno will be delivering a presentation on behalf of APPI, or the Indonesia Financial Services Association. As of March 2012, Mr. Suwandi has led CSUL Finance, a leasing company owned by Trakindo, which engages in the financing various types of heavy equipment owned by Caterpillar, Komatsu, Kobelco, Hitachi, Tex, and many more, with total assets managed as of December 2012 reaching around $370 million. So without further ado, allow me to welcome Bapak Suwandi to present his presentation. Let us give him a big round of applause.
Thank you, Amelia. We have two great speakers, Monica and David. Well, I'll speak about the financings opportunities on electric financings. But before I start with my presentations, probably I'll speak about a little bit of history of the financing company in Indonesia. We've been serving the market of financings in Indonesia since 1975. Our present has been 48 years. We started with a leasing businesses back in 1975 till 1990s. Then we started to actually financing vehicles with cars first and then motorcycles in 1995. We grow a business very fast since the year of 2000 or Y2K. And the financings of vehicle has been actually the majority of our portfolio. The portfolio of the financings company today amounted about 485 trillion rupiah. That is an on-balance sheet. On and off-balance sheet will be around 1,500 trillion rupiah, and some 65% of those are from the vehicles financings. Let's continue with the presentations. Can anyone help? Oh, here. Okay. Okay, when we look at the composition based on financings object, if you look at, I just now talk about the financing portfolio, what are consumption goods? Consumption goods are comprising of four-wheelers, two-wheelers, used and new, and also electric financings. And if you look at those, 68% are the consumption goods and 27% are the productive goods. So the productive goods are actually comprising of transportation, logistic, trucks, heavy equipments, and some other productive goods like machineries, industrial machineries, and others. And of those compositions of our businesses, then some close to 82% are actually, or 92% are actually more on four-wheelers, new and used. two-wheelers new and used, and a bit of consumption goods like electronic and first-use residence and all others product as well. So if you look at our portfolio financings are really related to vehicles financings. So today we talk about electric vehicles, save the planet of electric vehicles. And Indonesia is very serious to actually go for green financings and environmental friendly. David has actually had a good comments on whether electric vehicle is the only one of actually changing the ice. Monica has also talked about EVs, and Indonesia, 47% transportation is the biggest contributor for air pollution in Jakarta and West Java. This is the factual. And again, I think Indonesia are very blessed because we have nickel. Battery, 48-60% are actually from nickel and lithium. And we have it here in Indonesia. And the price of the battery itself, again, I think it's around 25-40% of the price of an electric vehicles. Through the regulations of the government regulations of number 55, 2019, acceleration of battery electric vehicle program for road transportation is already there. And Ministry of Industry Regulation also has done a development of roadmap of electric vehicle and condition of calculating domestic component level values for battery-based electric motorcycles vehicles. Here are some facts on how Indonesia is very serious going through green financing, going through changing our behaviors from an engine-based cars into electric cars. But let's take a look on some of the issues of electric vehicles itself. We all understand electric vehicles just now, the research has said that environmental friendly, minimal pollution and carbon emission, and do not use fuel. That is the comment of many people. The operational issues also, charging costs are much cheaper, as what David is saying, than fuel. Maintenance costs are cheaper because you don't have engine any longer, you only have battery in the cars or the motorcycles. In terms of availability of spare part and charging station is starting to be available, especially in the big city, but it's still challenging because government needs to build more charging stations. Tax costs. As you all understand that Indonesian government's first year tax subsidy and much cheaper on annual tax. Tax incentive is there as well. And mobility. Again, I think why people buy cars and electric cars in a big city like Jakarta, because you don't actually need to have two cars, especially going through a CBD area, because odd and even numbers are actually free of those. These are some advantages. Now let's go back again on the car sales in Indonesia since the year of 2005 to the year of 2023. As the automotive industry grown, our business also grown. We actually grow together with the automotive industry since the year of 2000, and the sales of cars has actually grown up to a level of 1.2 million in the year of 2013, and somehow has actually flat in terms of the growth between a number of 1 million and 1.1 million unit. The year of 2020, because of COVID, the sales of cars actually has gone down to a level of 530,000, and then has gone up back to a level of a million unit and 1,048,000 in the year of 2022. And I have actually been asked by many reporters, what do I think about the cars sales in the near 1 or 2 years after the COVID situation? And I said, people of Indonesia has the the culture to change cars between 4 to 5 years. And I think with that concept, the sales of cars and motorcycles will always grow, and there will be always a need of people changing the car and sales their cars into a used car. So these are going to be our businesses, the opportunity for us to do business. And now let's take a look on motorcycle itself. Motorcycle, the capacity installed in Indonesia is 10 million units. The highest sales we have ever actually reached was 8 million units in the year of 2011, but then that has gone down to a level, to the lowest I think was 4.3 million in the year of 2020 because of COVID situation, and now has gone back to a level of, I think this year the sales of motorcycle may reach around 6 million units. This is actually in line with the demographic bonus of the people of Indonesia. We have 260 million people, and the needs of transportation is there because we are still lacking of the public transportations. As we all understand, the government is actually speeding up in terms of building up the public transportations, not only in the big city, but also surrounding cities all across Indonesia. So in terms of sales of the cars and motorcycle itself, the needs of financing in Indonesia is very high. The needs of financing for cars, I think the ratio 70% when people buy cars, it has to go to financings. And for motorcycles would be somewhat around 80 to 90%. So these are the opportunity for financings of cars and motorcycles in Indonesia. So let's discuss about the needs of opportunity to financing electric cars. Are we there yet? Yes, we have had financings, but the numbers are pretty much very small today. The reasons why it is small, again, I think it all depends on the market itself, why people really want to buy an electric vehicles, but as a financing company, we do have concern as well on financing electric vehicles. First and foremost, our concern is about the resale value of the electric vehicle itself, because when the customer defaulted, we need to actually repossess the cars and the motorcycles. And is there any sort of like market, people buying the resale, the use of the car itself and the motorcycles? It is yet challenged on that because there aren't any repossessed as at today, because people who buys cars and electric cars and motorcycles today are actually the good one, because not all people want to buy electric cars as at today because this is not a big mass market yet. Let's try to compare on gasoline cars and electric cars itself, the number of sales. The research of our offices in the association, we can still see that the gasoline car is still dominating the sales. I mean, it's still on progress in line with, the government is actually now trying to speed up the building of the infrastructures of the charging station itself. Even on the motorcycles, I think it's still small numbers of units are being sold. Now, let's take a look of electric car itself. Just now on the survey that Amelia has done, it's actually, there are a lot of answers of electric cars was, they're talking about Wuling, Hyundai, Tesla. This is what comes into our mind. Now, let's take a look on those car itself. Yes, there are a lot of brands now offering electric cars, nice and everything. The government giving a lot of subsidy on the taxes and a lot of those kind of things. I think, for us as a finance company, we have to actually also discussing with the insurance associations in Indonesia. Monica has talked about insurance needs to be placed in Singapore when people buy cars. And when people want to buy cars through credit in Indonesia, also the risk mitigation by the regulation, insurance has to be in place as well. And when we discussed with the insurance association, we had some difficulty with the insurance companies because the insurance premium itself has not been calculated by the insurance associations, because they've discussed with us and they said that how would you actually want to insure the car itself? When you talk about engine, you could actually insure and cover all risks, because when things happen with the engine, that can be actually, paid up, when the engine is broken. But on these issues, on the battery itself, the battery is something that will be going on and then usable at certain states, there will be that. And again, I think the insurance association are still calculating and doing a lot of research and everything. We're still waiting for them to actually giving us the rate of the electric vehicles. As at today, they're still using the insurance premium the same with the engine cars. This is what they're giving us the quotations. Again, I think has all the two speakers, Monica has talked about the plug-in hybrid vehicles, talking about the electric vehicles, the engine-based vehicles. The sales of those vehicles are actually still growing, but growing at a very slow pace. But most electric vehicles are priced more than 600 million, and of those electric vehicles, 40% of those are actually the price of the battery itself. So 60% will be the body, and that is the two components if you look at it, the battery and the body itself. Public electric vehicle, the challenge is on charging stations. The charging stations, there aren't a lot, as all the two speakers were talking about, the electric vehicles, as at today, I think is being used only for city cars, but if you want to travel much longer journey, I think you still need to use your engine car space, because sometimes people are afraid, where are we going to find the charging stations, because there aren't a lot of charging stations as of today. And I know government is now preparing to actually building the charging stations, and again, I think we still can charge it at home, but this is what I heard. If you buy a motorcycle's electric cars, you need 900 watts of electricity. And majority of our customers that is actually buying motorcycles, maybe in their house, they only have 450 watts. They need to actually upscale install more watts for even charging it, but that will be only for the motorcycles. The car itself also in Indonesia, to charge cars, it needs about 6,000 watts of electricity. This is what people are saying, but I think, again, I think there are a lot of things needs to be discussed and to be talk about and really give the solutions on that, because at the end of the day, you need a lot of things to be solved on some of these infrastructures. So much of that, I think electric vehicles, we are ready to finance, but again, I think there's some certain issues still needs to be solved, like limited charging stations, expensive selling price, after sales guarantee include battery or not, the battery availability. Last but not least is the battery waste handling. People has not talked about, when the battery dies, where are all these batteries going to go? Because the waste handling itself needs to be taken care, because it will be some environmental issues also in the near future after the battery is dead. So service life, quality and durability. Electric car designs in Indonesia more into 5-seaters, because Indonesian people love all these. People can fit into one car. We call it, all people can fit in like 7, 9-seaters better. And I think the more model comes like 7 or 9-seaters to fit all the families into one car. And the uncertainty selling price of used vehicle, I've talked about it. There are no insurance and guarantee on products for electric vehicles yet. But I think through times we are discussing it, and I hope there'll be solution on all of these issues. As you all understand, as a financing company, when the business is there, the demand is there, we are ready to do that. So, milestone of electric vehicle financing by finance company. Within 1 year, we need to collaborating with dealers which produce electric car products. Just now I heard there is one producers on cars, electric motorcycles or cars, collaborating with insurance company for electric car protection, risk transfer products, selective finance electric cars as at today. 3 to 5 years, we will accelerate electric car financing while still paying attention to quality so that portfolio grows healthily, because our business is about quality of the portfolio. We do not want to end up with non-performing financing because we don't make money. We need quality portfolio, we need good customers. Over the last 5 years, more than 5 years, we will maintain financing for electric car and start entering financing for upstream industry for electric-based vehicles, because we are going to go there. And I think last but not least, this will be my end of presentations. So for financing company, I have a jargon called WIFE. WIFE is Wise Investment Forever. And I hope all electric cars and electric motorcycle will be our WIFE, which is Wise Investment Forever. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Bapak Swandi, for the excellent presentation and the great insights, undoubtedly illuminating this panel discussion on the subject of EV or electric vehicles and its progress and transition. And ladies and gentlemen, of course, with Bapak Swandi's presentation, especially on how it relates to Indonesia, there's undoubtedly so much to talk about. And before we start our Q&A session, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present to you our next speaker. He hails from the Association of the Indonesian Automotive Industry. Allow me to tell you a little bit about him. So ladies and gentlemen, our beloved Bapak Yohanes Nangoy will be delivering a presentation on behalf of Gaikindo. As the General Chair of Gaikindo, or the Association of Indonesia's Automotive Industries, he has long emphasized the importance as a strategic partner of the Indonesian government in continuously encouraging the growth of Indonesia's automotive industry. And the Gaikindo will continue to achieve better achievements and results by striving to increase exports and make Indonesia an export base, and also by creating vast distribution of automotive products and information throughout Indonesia. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let us give the biggest round of applause for Bapak Yohanes Nangoy.
Thank you, Amelia. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very honor for me to speak in front of here. And when I joined these seminars, it's really very happy with the title of the seminar, which is actually Save the Planet. But I have a very good news that Save the Planet, electric car is only just one solution. There are still many solutions beside that ones. So we can save the planet with the other solution as well, together with the electric car itself. So let me start with my presentations. Before I start, let me introduce my associations, which is actually we are very concentrating in the automotive business. So Indonesia at this moment, we are number 11 in producing the vehicle in the world. So we are increasing from number 14 to becoming number 11s, and number 15 to number 11s. And then we are very confident that within a short times, maybe next or the next 2 years, we will be in the 10 biggest country in the world that produce vehicle. What I mean by vehicle is cars and both combustion engine and the electric vehicle as well. And in ASEAN market, we are number 1 in terms of market, but in the world we are number 14. Yeah, just like behind Australia. But mostly of our product is actually we produce in Indonesia. We only importing less than 75,000 cars a year, and we are exporting almost 500,000 cars. So basically, Indonesia, we are already self-sufficient and we can produce our cars in country. Maybe this one actually already being touched by Pak Swandi, that this is actually the conditions that in the 2020 is actually a disaster for us. Can you imagine that almost 95,000 to 100,000 cars we sell every month? And in 2020, in May, we only selling about 5,000 cars a month, drop by 95%. That's why that we try to recover the markets. And fortunately, in 2022, our performance is even much better comparing to before the COVID itself, you know. So we are touching 1,040,000, which is actually a little bit higher comparing 2019. Okay, and this year, hopefully that basically our market can be also at least similar or even slightly bigger than last year. But you have to also to check that basically our export is doing well. I will explain a little bit on that one. Okay, with about 1.5 workers working for us in the automotive industries, and we are exporting more than 90 countries in the world. So we are exporting on that ones. So not only to underdeveloped country, but if you go to Japan, you will see also many cars that basically made in Indonesia running there in Japan. Here is it. So until year-to-date August, our productions is actually increasing by 3%, but the export is increasing by 18%. So if you see up to August year-to-date 2023, our export is already 337,000, while the full year in 2022, we are exporting about 285,000. So Indonesia is put itself actually as a major player in exporting the cars around the world. And we are going to achieve 1 million cars by 2027. This is actually what the government expecting, that Indonesia can be becoming the major player automotive in the world. The background of all these things is actually coming when our president is actually committing in the Paris Agreement. They say that basically to reduce the 29% of carbon by 2030 and then coming to net zero emission by 2060. Okay? So cars is always being pointed as a biggest contributions of the emission. But let me explain. We can do much better on these things in the futures if we work together. Especially some people in Jakarta are complaining that basically Jakarta becoming the worst polluted city in the world. But let's discuss about that ones. We already have this one. Indonesian trend is actually we're going to go to the green mobility. Yeah, we have the steps to go there. But automotive industry is not producing the fuel. The fuel is actually coming from the government as well. So we need also that basically a clean fuel coming from the government. Okay? And then we're going to go not only for the combustion engine, but we're going to have as well the hybrid, the electric vehicle, or even the hydrogen, or the others. For example, like the biofuels engines vehicle that can adopt multiple engine, multiple gasoline as well actually is ethanol. This one. Flexi engine is actually the futures on this one. So we have now is actually the low cost green car, and then we have the hybrid, plug-in hybrid, battery electric vehicle, but in the futures or as out of now, we also have the biofuel as well with the flexi engine that we can adopt the diesel oil combined with the palm oil, 35%. This one is actually reduce the pollution because the palm oil doesn't have any sulfur. So it's actually a cleaner one. This is only Indonesia who can achieve 35%. The highest in the other country outside Indonesia is only 7%. So we have to appreciate all these things, what the government done to us. We already have 35%. Okay. We just going to compare this with Brazil. Next week, the Brazil delegation will come to Indonesia to discuss with us about this one. Because Brazil is actually using the ethanol from the sugar cane. So Indonesia is going to utilize more on the palm oil. We are in the expert and the leaders of these things. Okay? And look at this one. Indonesia, we are already achieving the Euro 4. Euro 4 is actually a category which is actually quite clean. The the use of everything is actually we have a very good one. But unfortunately, the gasoline or the diesel oil that being used here is not matched with that one. So it seems like that I'm asking by the government to produce a glass for waters. But basically, I already make a clean one, but the water is actually a dirty water. So whoever drink the water from the glass, the result is actually will not be good. For example, that the diesel oil that's still being used, the cheap diesel oil. Our regulations say that basically the maximum sulfur must be 50 BTU. Means basically cannot be exceeded than 1. But nowadays, it's actually even 500. Or sometimes actually even more 1,000. Okay, that's why the Jakarta, especially with this kind of very active people and vehicles around the city, then the pollution is very high. Even though we only, by the KLHK, they mentioned basically only 40%, 44%. The rest is actually the other things. Look at Tokyo. More people, more vehicle. And in Tokyo, almost all is actually using gasoline, but they are very tight. And the result is actually very clean environment as well. Okay? Government is concentrating on how to give an incentive of the electric vehicle. Indonesia will do the same thing as well. Australia, for example, that they are giving incentive to $2,500 discount of the imported tax. Indonesia is giving the value added tax from 11% to 1%, only for the battery electric vehicle. Okay. EV market potential in Indonesia, we have to see the demographic first. The biggest market in Indonesia is actually 300 million rupiah cars, but with one condition, at least must be an MPV, that actually the cars can carry 4 to 5 people. You cannot sell a small cars here with only carry 2 people plus additional very small seat for 2 people because it's actually 2 small cars. That can be sold, but basically volume will not be that high. Okay, so if you're looking at this one, it must be around 300 million or below. 200 million, 300 million, the market is going to be big. So as a result, you can see here that the price is actually still very high. And then the result, the battery electric vehicle, last year we are selling 10,000, almost 10,300. Up to August, we are only selling about 9,000. But if you're looking at the result of the hybrid last year is actually we are selling about 10,000 units. And this year we are already selling 30,000 units. And if you use hybrid, right away you're going to reduce the pollution. Because the use of the gasoline is going to be decreased. Okay? Regarding the electric vehicle, I agree that electric vehicle is going to be the futures of our vehicle. But the infrastructures must be solved first. Like the gasoline car, cannot be alone. Must be supported by the government with a cleaner gasoline. Because we introduced Euro 4, Euro 5, but the gasoline is Euro 2, not used. Still pollution. It seems when you use the electric car, but the electric car is actually coming from the coal, then will not solve the problem. And you have to remember, after we use the electric vehicle or battery electric vehicle, the used battery is actually very dangerous if we are not taking care of that one very well. Okay, so let's the technician, let's the researchers, let's the market make the choice and choose the futures of our future car business. Future car business will not be depends on somebody else, but will depends on the researchers, on how we can produce a cheap car, clean car, and definitely that basically is a suitable with the market requirement. So hopefully in the future we're going to have that kind of vehicle. So if we're looking at this one, until year to date of August, that the total battery electric, including hybrid and plug-in hybrid, is about 39,000, while the total sales is already 675,000. So it's about 5 to 6% is coming to go there. It's good, but we still need to do the much improvement. But don't forget that beside the battery, we have the combustion engine that can adapt with the biofuel, which is actually going to give us cleaner environment. With that one, I end my presentations. So the conclusion is actually BEV, battery electric vehicle, is still the futures, and the development is still requires more fiscal incentive, and then all EV technology are given to be the part of the development program, because all can play a role in reducing emission. Okay, reduce the price difference between EV and ICE, between electric vehicle and combustion engine. Increase the availability of supporting infrastructures. Already mentioned by Pak, that basically we need to have the charging stations. Pak Swandi already mentioned about this one. Reducing the cost of doing business and simplifying the process for setting up companies that are including the BEV value chain and ecosystem in Indonesia, in order to build the industry of the battery electric vehicle cars in the futures. So with that one is actually I'm ending my presentations. Thank you so much.
What an excellent presentation, Bapak Yohanes Nangoy. Thank you very much for imparting your great knowledge, especially on representing the Association of the Indonesian Automotive Industry to all of us. And ladies and gentlemen, there we have it. What a great session. Thank you very much to all of our speakers for illuminating this great panel discussion with your great insights. And I guess allow me to ask the questions to our speakers first before I open the floor, and then allow everyone to please, for those of you who like to ask questions, do not hesitate to just raise your hand. Tell us your name and about you and your affiliations and your institutions, and then also to whom you present your question is presented to. Well, I guess my first question will be to Dr. Mitchell. Dr. Mitchell, after listening to the great presentations of our other panelists, and especially on the Bapak Yohanes, whom had emphasized the importance, especially when we talk about the infrastructure of EV's ecosystem. The GOI had implemented and also introduced the EV acceleration program since 2019, and with Bapak Yohanes emphasizing the importance and currently the insufficient incentives compared to what we have today, do you think it is sufficient, the implementations of the regulations as well as the incentives that we have today?
Thank you very much. That's a very interesting question. One of the most important things about climate change, or reducing the effects of climate change, is that we go fast. And incentives help us go faster. So, you know, my answer is we could always have more incentives, but it's always challenging for governments to put incentives in place. I think one of the great incentives that we have at the moment is the blue number plate and the mobility of the odd even days. I think that's why I see so many Wuhlings zipping around on Jalan Sudirman during peak times. And I don't think there are definitely different costs EVs are more expensive, and as Monica says, so you start selling them to the people who have the ability to pay that money, and then it all trickles down from there. But I think in the two-wheel EV market, we're already seeing that cost of ownership for the cheaper end of the motor listrik market is already on comparison with ICE, and they are much cheaper to run. They're much cheaper to run.
Thank you very much, David, for your answer. And Ms. Huang, after listening to all the other presentations on emphasizing how 2020 was not a good year for the automotive industry as sales had plummeted, and what Dr. Mitchell had emphasized is that when it comes to fighting climate change, acting fast, speed and efficiency are the keys to success. And after we've all experienced the pandemic, what do you think we have learned, especially with regards to the transition of new energy?
So I think one of the few nice effects of the pandemic was that people started commenting, oh, the air is fresh, right? So I think, yes, the quality of the petrol does matter, but the fact is they still emit carbon and some other pollutants alongside of it, such as the SOx and the NOx and so forth. So I would say that emerging from the pandemic, there are also certain countries, because they needed to stimulate their economy, they had to make a decision at that point in time how to stimulate the economy. And if we see the European Union and the Biden administration, they decided to bet on clean energy. And I use the word clean energy and not electric vehicle because, rightly so, this transition must come in a holistic manner. Without the clean energy part, just the electric vehicle alone is insufficient. And under clean energy, there's also the recycling piece. So recycling of the battery is indeed an upcoming business. And just a little nugget of fun fact, we like to think that the recycling comes at the end of the battery life, which is when the car gets decommissioned. But in fact, majority of the batteries getting recycled today are coming from your consumer electronic goods, like your laptop and mobile phone, and from the battery manufacturing side, because you can't meet the automotive grade and you need to scrap them and take back the raw material to manufacture again. So we don't have to wait till your cars get decommissioned. It's already happening without you knowing it.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your great insights, especially on what happens after COVID, and there is the silver lining in all of that. And Bapak Sawandi, especially now we talk about from the infrastructure of the EVs ecosystem, and now based to financing. And Bapak, you're definitely the expert to talk about that. On EVs financing, what do you think is the most prominent challenge that these financiers are talking about or experiencing today in the world of EV? And in your opinion, is there any quick win-win solution for that challenge? And what kind of support do you think is needed to make the process easier?
Well, I think.
Itu nyala, Pak. Yang itu yang sana, yang di meja nyala. Yang di meja nyala. Ketok aja. Ketok di atas.
Okay. Again, I think with the financing opportunities, it's going to be a big market. It's just a matter of literacy. It's about education. As you all understand that the big market in Indonesia, take an example of motorcycles. I think the only country that motorcycles are being used for a long journey, and especially during the Lebaran, Idul Fitri, they take the motorcycles from Jakarta to Java. And I think there aren't any countries that take motorcycles a long journey like that. And people, when they want to buy electric vehicles, there'll be a testing period, whether these electric vehicles can be actually used for long journeys. So when that confidence level is increased, the market will come along with that. And there is no doubt that we need to actually go into these clean energies because, the needs are already there because, after COVID, the whole situations, we all understand that, everyone needs a really clean environments, clean energy, clean everything it needs to be changed. But the matters is about education and literacies and about the ecosystems like what Pak Johannes Nango is talking about. Because in our businesses, their risk mitigation needs to be in place because regulators want to make sure that the quality of financings that the people that actually buy cars and motorcycles, there won't be any high delinquents on that because, we actually not wanting any repossessions of the vehicle itself. What we want that are going to be paid. The loans are going to be paid and everything. The key questions on us on our part on financings is about these educations are delivered in the right time and the right moment. As you all understand that the governments are doing their efforts very hard, giving a lot of an incentive, because the price of motorcycles today, 15 million, they're given even 7 million subsidy or 8 million subsidy, and the price is going to be like 7, 8 millions, This is some things that we have been working together with OJK and the governments on educating people to really wanting to change their motorcycle from the engine base into the electric base. But nevertheless, it's still an effort to do all these things. But as a financing company, we'll have to be ready because, at the end of the day, we will follow the market. Business is there for us because our business is about financing. It's not about buying cars. It's not about buying motorcycles. Getting a good quality customers, getting a good quality, cars and motorcycles on electric side. Today we're talking about electric. We don't know in the futures. We heard about this hydro concept that's being developed by the Japanese. You never know. There'll be a lot of more to come in terms of, the world is already talking about clean energy. And I think there'll be no other way to move back. It's just to move forward in terms of clean energy.
Thank you very much, Bapak Suwandi and Bapak Johannes. Seeing that confidence truly is very much needed in the adaptation and the adoption of the EVs ecosystem, and how Dr. Mitchell had also previously emphasized on the importance of the general population to gain the confidence of EVs or electric vehicles. From the chart that you've shown us previously is that EVs sales have not been as great as all the other sales of other vehicles. And my question for you is, what do you think are the incentives that are most needed to push for the sales of EV?
So, against one thing before we start with that ones, that based on my experience meeting with the other automotive associations in the world, there is one indication, there is no single solutions, There are going to be multiple solutions. For example, like Indonesia is very different with the other country. If we're talking about, for example, with Singapore, Indonesia is a very wide country. And then to transfer, for example, that the cigarette from Kediri, Gudang Garam to Medan, you can use the electric vehicle over there, it's too long. So as I understand also in Australia, to carry the meat from, for example, Melbourne to Sydney, whatever, you can carry that one using the electric truck because it actually is too risky when everything, the electric is dropped and the condition is dropped, all is actually gone, And then you cannot easily to adapt all those things. So there is no single solution so far, okay? In Indonesia, we can use the electric vehicle, yes. So part of the solutions on that ones. Why? We can use the electric vehicle for the city cars. We can use the electric vehicle for the commercial, for example, for the bus, which is actually with the very fixed route that they're going to be used, like Transjakarta or whatever, But for the long journey, for the other things, we can still use the combustion engines, but we give the other solution on that one. For example, that using the biofuel or whatever, which is actually recycles fuels on that ones, yeah? So if you're asking me how to basically increase that ones, market will judge that ones. price is actually very important. Indonesian market is actually the biggest part is below 300 million. If there is a battery electric vehicle which is actually fast to be charged and can be used longer time to drive, and then with at least 5 seaters, MPV type of vehicle or SUV, then definitely the market will go up. So all those things actually. Incentive, yes, you can give it, but incentive is actually when you give the incentive and the price can go down up to the level which is actually the demand of the most majority Indonesian people, that can be good. But by giving 11 to 1%, which is actually 10, for Ioniq, for example, from 800 somethings, then you drop about 80 million, so it's going to be 700 somethings. Also, the market will not be that big. So in these things, actually, the technology is still improving. I still believe electric vehicle will be the futures. But again, we have to consider as well, there is no single solution so far. For the military vehicle, you cannot use the electric vehicles, you know. Yeah, like when I discussed this one in Germany, Germany said, no. Military trucks cannot use the electric vehicle so far, okay? Because when you go to the jungle, you don't know where to charge, wherever, you know. So you still use the one, okay? So it's a multiple solutions on this one. How we can minimize all the pollution by advancing the combustion engine itself. Euro 6, or maybe it's better Euro in the futures, I don't know. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Bapak Yohanes, for the incredible insight on that subject. And still we talk about confidence, Ms. Huang. On the EVs development and the push for its ecosystem, even though EVs emit less emission, we all know that it still gets its energy from fossil energy. And that undoubtedly, that condition lacks conviction for many of us who think, oh, it's actually a greener solution, but in return, in reality, is that it still makes use of fossil energy. So what do you think should be the challenge that should be addressed on this issue?
Okay, so I think in one of the presentations earlier, someone commented that Indonesia is selling 2 gigawatt of solar power to Singapore. Now, if Indonesia can export the power, I'm pretty sure Indonesia can generate enough clean energy for your own self-consumption. So I think this journey, and rightly pointed out right by one of our panelists, that you need a mixture of solution. So as we solve part of it using electric vehicle, and I will be more specific, battery electric vehicle, because there are 3 tiers of it, we would also be working on the clean energy generation front, whether it's a solar or geothermal or micro hydropower in Indonesia. Maybe by the time hydrogen production will also catch up, such that Indonesia, with your large land mass, you are able to produce excessive solar that maybe you don't need to use it at a time, and it can be stored in the form of hydrogen. And this hydrogen can then be used in clean transportation in the form of your hydrogen fuel cells. Yes, there's definitely a possibility, or other things, right? And of course, we don't discount the biomass potential too. There are endless possibility for clean energy.
Thank you very much, Ms. Huang. And Ms. Huang, still on with you on how do you think has the advancement of EVs battery, especially how it impacts on its range and in its performance? And what developments do you think we can expect in this future, and on the advancement of a battery for EVs and its range and performance? And this question I would like to ask both to Dr. Mitchell and Ms. Huang.
All right, so for battery innovations, right, in the past 5 to 10 years, it has improved tremendously, which is why you saw the drop in the pricing. And what are some of this more technical improvement that we see is in NMC. They use, NMC stands for nickel, magnesium, and cobalt. And the amount of minerals needed to produce the same amount of energy has dropped tremendously. For example, the Tesla battery. A few years ago, they probably need 8 times more than what they need to use today. And I'm sure this ratio continuously improves. The other very good improvement is the lithium phosphate battery, which in short we call it the LFP. So it's pioneered more by the Chinese side, and it has even won over Tesla, that those that are manufactured in China uses the LFP model. So this is a lot safer. They are very unlikely to catch fire. And I think the next frontier for batteries would be the solid-state battery. Right now, it is still in the R&D phase. Will be very exciting to see it getting commercialized.
Hasn't BYD got a sodium battery factory already producing, I think? So, yeah. Monica is quite right. The cost of batteries is just dropping tremendously, and the more that the cost drops, the more ubiquitous they become, the more the cheaper the vehicle comes, hence more people buy them. This is called Wright's Law, and for every doubling of production you get a certain percentage drop. It's called the learning curve. But the other side of that is that it's not just the physical chemical battery performance, it's the way in which the car uses that battery, and that's all software. And, you know, the software is getting both the battery management system that protects the battery and increases longevity, and also the way in which the software takes energy out of the battery when you accelerate. And you know, we're just getting massive improvements in the efficiency of the way the car uses energy in terms of kilometres per watt hour, as I said in the presentation. So what you have is once you buy a car, you've bought your battery at the price. But the software updates will keep improving your range efficiency. So we've already seen that Teslas get a range increase because somebody updated the software, not because they got a different battery. And we'll also see that in the longevity of the batteries, and that will go to cost.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Mitchell. And ladies and gentlemen, and now I'd like to direct the questions to the floor. For those of you who have any questions, please do not hesitate to just raise your hand, and then our organizers are going to hand over the mic to you. So, if there's anyone, yes, I see someone. Terima kasih, kami persilahkan. Okay, and the next to Ibu. Yes, Bapak, kami persilahkan.
Good afternoon, all panelists. My name is Tito. I come from Bank CIMB Niaga. My question will be, we noticed that in 2020, there is a ban over nickel ore export from Indonesia. So therefore, since 2020 up until now, there are so many new nickel smelters that are established in Indonesia. But one thing that we noted from nickel smelters, that they are not, of course, they are not producing EV batteries directly. They produce either nickel mate or nickel sulfate. Those two are the intermediaries product to create EV battery. And they are exposed to commodity market price, which cannot be dictated by which is dictated by the global price. So the long-term solution for this situation is to create an EV battery industries in the home countries in Indonesia. And us in the banking industries, in the banking sectors, we are more than willing to providing financing for these new industries. However, with the new industry, it is a greenfield industries that have inherent risk. It's a new industries, and as a bank, we have to be prudent. So my question to maybe Paswandi or to all panelists, I would like to have your views on how a bank can provide financing for these new upcoming industries, which is the EV batteries manufacturers, while at the same time being prudent and able to mitigate risk very well. That will be my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the great question. And Bapak Swandi, I guess we'll start with you.
Yeah, well, that's a good positive comments on the nickel producing as we have the resources, yeah, we have the raw materials, we produce nickels now with the smelters. There have been a lot of discussions on how going forward that the government needs to do. As you all understand that today we export the nickels and the battery is made out of the other countries and then we imported that back again. And there have been a lot of discussion which I've heard that the governments are discussing and actually talking about on how we produce the battery itself. And after producing it, probably we can then producing an automotive on our own. Because we just now we heard about the person is actually, there's one Bapa over there is actually electric vehicles producers. Who knows that we can produce even electric vehicles, cars and motorcycles in our own country. And by then, like what Pak Johannes is talking about, is discussing just now, that we can reduce the price. But first of all is reducing the price. And maybe there'll be a new model, but a new model of selling the cars. Like, what Vietnam has done? They actually producing electric vehicles and then they sell it to the US, but they don't sell the full lock, stock and barrel with the battery and the body itself, but the battery itself, and they rent it out. This is what I heard. And a lot of business model going forward, like Johannes Nango is talking about, there might be a lot of things change going out going in the futures. The business model, and then we talk about on how we secure our financings, right? But you're talking about on how we secure our financings. Then talking about securing our financings, definitely we talk about assessing the clients, assessing the new debtors. First and foremost, I think we should thank OJK. Today, I think by itself, we can, kind of select our debtors because we all now connected with Slick. But we used not to be connected with Slick. Now, every application that comes to the finance company, 50% of those are rejected because the Slicks are bad. So with that situation and conditions that we now can understand the profile of the debtors, because we used not to be able in a finance company, when someone is actually defaulted, he can then go to the other finance company, get financing. But now it's all connected. And OJK is working hard today, not only on our side of the financing side, but also on the fintech, the financial technology, the P2P lenders, lending companies also going to be in the Slick members. And when everything's are connected, we will definitely can reduce the risk of having bad customers. And then talking about the car itself, the motorcycles and the car, again, I think we need to also make an ecosystem, about the used cars and the used motorcycle. Will there be any traders or any used car vehicles and motorcycles that will be able to take the parts of a used one and then sell it? And who knows, at one point in time, the battery itself will not die. It can eject certain things by changing the cells only, and then it'll continue forever and ever without even going, like we discussed about the dead battery, but the battery itself will continue to be alive. Who knows? I don't know. But I hope that answered the questions.
Thank you very much, Bapak. And if Bapak Johannes representing Gaikido would like to maybe input on that subject?
For me, basically, I don't have any idea, about the battery itself, because I'm not playing on that one. But what I heard is actually, technology is still being developed. Might be in the futures, they will make battery without the one that actually we know right now. For example, nickel, whatever, that can be changed. Okay? So, I don't know about the banking business, but I know about the car manufacturing business. And in my opinions, actually, against that, the combustion engine is already maximum, the technology. But for the battery electric vehicle, the technology is still very immature, They're still going to be improved in the futures. So at this moment, people are very exciting about the battery electric vehicle. And the battery must be coming from the nickel, cobalt, and anything. But we don't know yet what going to be happen in the futures. So don't ask me about that one. Maybe you can ask to the component industry, which is actually very concentrating in the battery electric vehicles. Thank you.
Very much, Bapak. And if we'd like to have another, yes.
Thank you. I'm Dini from Bank BTPN. My question is to Monica, Ibu Monica, and also Pak Suwandi. So my question is still connected with the guys from CIMB. So this is related to the risk of financial industry in financing the motorcycle. So as you know that in Indonesia, sometimes the naughty customer, when we repossess their asset, they will cannibalize all the spare part of the motorcycle. So my question is, EV financing the motorcycle with EV, and then they took the battery out, then that's the end of the game. I think we cannot sell the motorcycle through the auction or private sales. So how to secure this position of the financial industry? That's my first question. The second question to Ms. Monica. In related to the terms condition of the financing, so do we need to adjust our term condition with the lifetime of the battery? Because there will be a variety of battery with the lifetime of the battery itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu. What a great, interesting question, touching the base on that subject. And Bapak Suwandi, I know you're eager to answer this question. The time is yours.
Again, I think there are a lot of financial players here. The concerns, as I already sort of delivered the message, it's all about the quality, it's about the default customers, about naughty customers, like what you're saying. And that is why I think there'll be a lot of calculation needs to be done by us as a financial players. Today, when we finance combustion cars or engine cars and motorcycles, the cars financing maybe can last up to 5 to 6 years financing. But maybe with these electric vehicles, we will start again with only 1, 2, or 3 years max financings, because at the end of the day, after 3 years, there's still sort of a values of the car itself, right? Because, you know, the guarantee of the battery maybe can last for 8 years. So at the end of the day, there is 1 or 2 period of recycle. But again, I think going back the residual values of the cars, who knows, there'll be a new technology that the battery will not end by itself. There'll be a change of the cells only, you buy and I don't know, to be honest. Today we are all still waiting on what would be the right concept for us to do the financings. As I've seen a lot on the street as well. I've spoken with the Grab drivers of the motorcycles. Now we have this motorcycle called swap the battery. And I think motorcycle maybe will move even faster than the car itself. I agree with you, how we protect the battery. That it goes back to the insurance company, because we will then transfer the risk to the insurance company. That is why until today, Bu, the insurance company has not released what will be the insurance premium, Bu, because they have got no experience in trying to solve these issues about. And I don't know, in terms of protecting the battery itself, maybe there be also a technology that if the battery is stolen, maybe the battery itself cannot run again by touching the mobile. I don't know, to be honest. I mean, everything is controlled by technology today. But again, I don't have the right answers on that, but we need to go and I don't know, maybe in the future, battery, motorcycle cannot be financed anymore. It has to be bought through cash. Like we go back to the old days. Cars and motorcycles needs to buy, everything needs to be bought by cash. But as market goes, I think there will be a lot of opportunity, and all the questions that is actually arise by the public, I think it has to be solved between us among all the players. There'll be times on that book. I hope that clarified the question, your question.
Okay. May I just check my understanding of the second question regarding the terms and condition? So were you asking if we have to vary the terms according to the type of batteries? Is that what you meant? Okay. Follow the lifetime of the battery. All right. So thanks for clarifying. So I'm glad that this word technology has been brought up. So unlike the combustion engine, whereby it's more straightforward, actually the battery itself has a lot of data to it. And the battery management system, the BMS itself, is a mandatory component inside the battery of the car or the motorbike. So instead of caring about what type of battery, what chemistry it is, who manufacture it, and so forth, it may be more, it could be interesting. I also do not know the answer to this question, that the financier gets some form of assurance by having access to those data points over the lifetime of the lease or the financing. So you could set certain criteria, right? So such as, did the battery degrade too fast, or did they get into an accident? Then in this case, they may suffer some penalty, or the lease gets affected, the premium gets adjusted and all that. So I would say that the creativity on your terms and condition has to be further explored. I heard, I'm not entirely sure, but apparently in Germany, there are these startup insurers or capital leasing company that are making use of this battery data to determine the price that they would lease it at, or what is the price of the insurance premium. So maybe those are food for thought.
Thank you very much, and Ms. Monica Huang. And if there's anyone else who would like to ask questions, we ask, yes, Bapak. I see two. I will go with, yes, Bapak in the middle, and then afterwards, the one on the right. Thank you. Kami persilakan, Pak.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Lukian from Bank Syariah Indonesia. Monica and David mentioned about the 5% rule. When you have 5% in the market, then the sales will spike. But listening to Pak Suwandi, Pak Yohanes, I'm doubtful that Indonesia will follow that path. What do you think, Pak David and Bu Monica? Will we have long tail for Indonesia, or will we still follow 5% rules?
Pak Yohanes and I have very different views of the future. I don't see why Indonesia would be different from anywhere else. It's a tsunami. The market doesn't care about the existing structure. It will change.
Okay, well, I mean, that answers it all. Right. So please do not treat the 5% as an exact science or the tipping point. Yeah? Every country has their own. Some, like the US, if I remember the statistics correctly, they were hovering at 6% for a few years, and it didn't grow until recently it went back up again. And I suspect that was driven by policy and investments. So we will find out in a few years' time. Maybe we'll have another, get invited to the OJK Forum, and we'll see what's the result. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Monica and Dr. Mitchell. And yes, we'd like to ask Bapak on the back to please, if we would have the organizer to hand over the mic to you. And Bapak, kami persilahkan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Algan. I am from UD Astra Motor Indonesia. As a conventional vehicle user, not yet electric vehicle probably, the vehicle is an asset. If the future policy requires electric vehicle, what will the status of the conventional vehicle be? Won't become unused vehicle and become a big loss. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Bapak, could you maybe explain on to whom the question is directed to?
It's actually for policy for Gaikindo probably.
Gaikindo, okay.
Yes, thank you.
Bapak Yohanes, again to you.
Okay, can you explain one more time actually your question because I get confused on this one, you know.
Ini Pak, what will the status of the conventional vehicle be if electric vehicle is a must, is required for the future? It become unused vehicle and become a big loss for an asset.
Okay. In that one, basically, I already make the presentations that I still believe that in the future there will be no single solutions, you know. Yeah. What I mean by single solutions, are you assuming that Indonesia combustion engine will not be allowed anymore to sell in Indonesia and cannot be used in Indonesia? I don't think it actually will be that easy. Second one is actually then you're talking about that the only thing that can run in Indonesia is actually a battery electric vehicle. Why must be battery? Why not hydrogen? Why not the biofuels? We don't know yet. So I don't think that the government will that be easy to make the decision like as fast as that without considering all those things. You have to consider Indonesia is a very big country. We are the fourth biggest population in the world, and our country is very big. And to move from Indonesia, for example, from Java Island to Sumatra to Bali is a very long distance, you know. Okay, so that means that basically the battery electric vehicle will be the answer on that one? Even the advanced country cannot answer that one. If I can asking, for example, is Singapore already make the policy that by when that Singapore will not allow combustion engines going to be sell or running in Singapore anymore? Is there any rule on that one?
Yes, the Singapore government has said that by 2030, there will be no more sales of combustion cars.
But they still can use the combustion car that already being sold. So even Singapore, a small country, they already make the decision 2030, no more new selling combustion engine, but the combustion engine that already sold in Singapore still can be used. Okay, Indonesia is different. Don't forget one thing: we are still producing gasoline, we are still producing the palm oil, we are the producers of the cars vehicles in the world, and then our market is very big. I'm afraid that basically if Indonesia doing things like Singapore, then the combustion engine car will be exported to Indonesia if we stop all the production in Indonesia. Okay, so I still believe we are still working. I'm working very close with the Ministry of Industrial. There are more than 1.5 million people working in this industry, and then we have the biotechnology here as well for the B2035 that going to be B40 and B50 in the futures. And the palm oil industry is still there. So Indonesia, I think, won't be that easy to go and stop all the combustion engine. As I mentioned as well before, for the military vehicle, are you sure that you are not going to use the combustion engine? You're going to use the battery electric vehicle, military vehicle? Maybe yes in Singapore, but not in Indonesia. You go to the jungle in Papua or in Kalimantan, you're gone without that one. So it's not that easy. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Bapak Yohanes. And if there's anyone else who would like to ask questions. Oh, okay, I see one right there. We'd like to kindly ask our organizer to hand over the mic to the gentleman wearing the white shirt. Kami persilahkan Bapak, the one wearing the white shirt, yang pakai kemeja putih. Yes, terima kasih.
Check. Good afternoon. My name is Siregar. I'm from OJK, Development Insurance Guarantee and Pension Fund. Now we call it PPDP. More than a decade ago, I started my career in petrochemical industry. What I've learned from that experience, with a relatively limited capital, even with foreign investment, Indonesia may need to choose from which we develop our strength and value proposition. In the context of electric vehicle, a value chain, which one you believe would be more valuable to invest in upstream capabilities, more so around infrastructure, or more towards downstream, focusing on the retail market, and why? Thank you.
Thank you, Bapak. And is this question directed to Bapak Suwandi?
Anyone can
Anyone?
give his or her thoughts. Thank you.
All right, a democratic question. Here we go. So I guess we can start with maybe Dr. Mitchell or Ms. Wang first.
Yeah, thanks. If I look at Indonesia, it's a large country, it's got a large population, and it's moving from a developed country or a developing country to a developed country. And one of the things that we know about countries that move in that direction is that they move from, you know, agrarian agriculture and manufacturing to services. And so I would say that if you're going to invest, I would invest in the downstream, in the retail part, not in the upstream, in the commodity part. Your future is in your human capital, not in your natural resources.
Yes, okay, thank you very much. And I was also informed by our organizers that some of the questions would also be directed from our audience joining us online. And okay, I guess we have not received those questions yet, and they have not been projected on the screen. Okay, there's no signal. Oh, okay, I'm guessing, okay, gentlemen, and Ms. Huang, if I could emphasize on this very interesting point during our entire panel discussion, is that there's still several ironies that's decorating the EV ecosystem here today, and that is when it comes to insurance and how. Oh, okay. Let me continue with that question later and focus on the questions from our audience. And we've already gotten the question from our audience joining us online, and this question is from Desiree and from Mitsubishi Corp. And this is to all speakers. To all panelists, with the current low demand and uncertain environment, how would you convince businesses to start to contribute and enter the electric vehicles ecosystem, given the significant initial investments needed? I guess this very question we're going to have Bapak Suwandi to answer the question. Bapak Suwandi.
Well, again, I think with all this uncertainty, and as I mentioned to you, that finance company will follow the path, will follow the demand. And I think to be wise, this is a process of transformations as we discuss about these combustion engine vehicles, and then we're going towards the electric vehicles. We talk about sustainability, we talk about clean environments. Again, we just released this new law number 4 to 2023. In that new law number 4 2023, we have one of the clause about the carbon offset. And I think towards these transformations whereby we still use these engine-based vehicles, we can contribute by charging our customers an environmental surcharge fees, and that fees will go through a certain fund, and the fund will then offsetting, whatever things that you polluted, and then we build a new forest. And I think that has been done by the overseas, like the airline industry. Airline industry is polluting, and probably most of the pollution comes from the airline industry because they use gasoline, diesel, and also being used by the cosmetic products. The cosmetic that women are using, using a CPO. Right, that is also some things that contribute. This is what I've heard from a friend of mine who's actually, went to the US and ran motorbikes. in the motorbike's invoice, it is stated environmental surcharge fees. When I'm actually asking, where does all those fees goes to? And I guess probably in the US, there'll be a certain funds, then it will be contributed to build the forest again. And that carbon offset, I think OJK will issue the new regulation on how will, OJK capital market will then issue these carbon offsets regulations on how we then come along with the whole situations as we transform into electric vehicles. So with that smooth transitions from what we are doing today and moving towards electric vehicles, as I mentioned, we cannot going back. It's just we need to move forward and then create a new business model. And I guess that would be probably the answers on how we're going forward, doing this transformation from the combustions, moving forward, using this carbon offset as the solutions. And I think that would be probably one of the answers.
Thank you very much, Bapak Swandi. And this next question is from Ms. Lydia, directed to Ms. Monica Huang. On the prediction of EV population becoming bigger to ICE, and as the world moves towards greener and more sustainable transportation options, electric car and hydrogen car has viable alternatives as well. So in the future, which one will be more green and battery electric or hydrogen fuel cells? Ms. Monica.
Okay, so regarding the first question, I'll probably take my own interpretation. All right, so if we're talking about global EV population being bigger than the ICE, I would say that we have quite a long way to go. So the most obvious one would be the African continent, how they would get electrified. Maybe they will look to Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam as role models decades down the road. So the tsunami is coming, but I do think they come in waves and we will take some time. To the second question, whether the battery EV or the hydrogen fuel cells EV will be greener. So I will take the liberty to change this question, all right? Because they are both green and we will use them in different ways. Battery EV is limited today by their energy and power density, which is why we keep talking about the driving range, how you cannot reach from one end of Java Island to the other end of Java Island, and so forth, right? So, but battery EV is particularly good in shorter distances and those in a few hundred kilometers range of driving per day. And hydrogen fuel cell, they can be assume that you have hydrogen stations along the major highways and so forth. Then they are excellent for the heavy-duty vehicles, such as your trucks or your prime movers and those large cranes in the ports. And potentially for your marine vessels, the ships, aviation, maybe not so much. I have not heard too much of hydrogen fuel cells for them, but these are all possibilities. So think on applications, not who is greener than who, because we need a mixture of all.
Thank you very much. So these are, and now, okay. Okay, wonderful. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as I will allow one more audience member to propose a question to our speakers. If there's anyone else, yes. Ibu, kami persilahkan. And I'd like to ask maybe from our organizers if you could hand over the mic to the madam sitting at the front. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, my name is Lulu from CIMB Niaga. My question is quite easy actually. This is one of the tool to attract the customer. Is there any different pricing between electric vehicle and non-electric vehicle for the end customer? And then is there any benefit or any incentive from OJK or government for the bank or financing company that provide green financing, and what kind of the incentive is it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Ibu, is this question directed to our Indonesian panelists?
Yes, I think it's for Pak Swandi. Maybe.
Pak Swandi, okay, wonderful. Bapak, you're very popular today. Time is yours.
This is talking about financings, about the risk of the quality of the portfolio. But I think as I understand, OJK has sort of like issues letters, or probably either OJK letters or even the surat edaran. They have issued, if we finance electric vehicles, I think the ATMR, Bu, the ATMR is probably considered to be incentivized on that issues, as far as to my understanding, ya Pak Agus, ya. Risk-weighted asset, yeah, the ATMR. For you in the bank, I think that be one of the advantage, Bu. That is the main advantage of the ATMR, perhitungan the risk of the risk-weighted average.
Thank you very much, Bapak. Thank you so much.
I hope that answered the questions. Sorry, I can't hear.
And for the end customer, Pak, is there any different pricing for EV and non-EV?
Yeah, and for the motorcycles, I think the governments, not OJK, has issued their letters as well to subsidize.
I mean from,
Subsidize the, if you would like to convert your engine motorcycles, the price today is 15 million, you only pay 7 million. You pay only 8 million, 7 million is subsidized.
Oh, I see, okay.
Then your conversions of that motorcycles, there is sort of like a pointed what do you call the bengkel, Bu? Yeah, the service stations registered and certified, Bu. You can go to the certified and registered service stations to convert your engine combustions motorcycles, and then you only pay 8 million for that, and you can get 8 million through financing concept as well, Bu.
I see. Thank you, thank you.
That has been built by the governments.
Okay. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you very much, Ibu, for the excellent question, and thank you very much, Bapak Swandi. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, maybe for one more question, I would like to direct this to Dr. David Mitchell. And yes, Dr. David Mitchell, this will be the last question, and you will definitely be the person that's going to drop the anchor message to this. Yes, a lot of pressure for Dr. Mitchell. And Dr. Mitchell, seeing after listening to all the panelists and speak about the talk about their presentations, as well as the questions from our audience, we realized that on saving the planet, on the role of financial sector, and especially on the EV's development and ecosystem, it is still being sprinkled by just a couple of ironies. For example, on the insurance, how it's still going back and forth, and how it says that, of course, EV it emits less emissions, but it also still gets its energy from fuel, fossil energy. And one more thing is that when it comes to the concerns of battery disposal as well as its recycling, how do you address those issues, especially in terms of its recycling and disposal part?
No pressure. I think it's important to understand where we are in the transition or disruption, depending on how you think about this. We're right at the beginning, especially in Indonesia, we're really right at the beginning. So all of the licensing, insurance, finance, the issue that somebody might steal the battery and then your asset is not there, these are all things that will get worked out as more and more and more vehicles and bikes are sold. You don't start an industry with a mature value chain. You don't start an industry knowing everything that there is to know. And I think the important thing about starting this transition in Indonesia is that you learn as you go along, and you know that you will make mistakes, and what you must do is recognise when you do and correct. And in terms of recycling, I think Monica said it the best. The recycling is already happening. There is a substantial battery recycling industry that already is started with laptops and phones. And in the car, the cell production industry, it's I think up to 30% of of cells are not suitable for use, and they just go straight back into the recycling. So there's already millions and millions of dollars worth of recycling that goes on, just not at the retail level. This is going to be a pretty big journey. It's going to be a challenging disruption, and the people that it will be most challenging to are the incumbent industries that are likely to change, and that includes financing. But I think, Pak, you said it the best. You don't really care what you finance, so long as it's there, and you will adapt your model to whatever the customer needs, because at the end of the day, they're paying the money back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let us give the biggest round of applause for our dearest panelists. What an incredibly illuminating session, ladies and gentlemen. And if I may wrap up a little bit on this very important subject, ladies and gentlemen, especially on its relations to Indonesia. Indonesia, as we all know, is the fourth most populous country in the world. We're also the third largest democracy in the world, the largest island nation in the world, which makes distribution and logistics not the easiest. And we're also the largest economy in Southeast Asia, thriving market, ladies and gentlemen, brimming with life. And as Bapak Johannes has also emphasized and stated on the fact that we're also amongst the world's worst pollutions, Bapak, yeah, which makes this role, especially on this topic today on saving the planet, on the role of financial sector support, on carbon reduction, as well as electric vehicles development and ecosystem, the more important. Ladies and gentlemen, and I would like to sincerely thank all of our dearest panelists for emphasizing the importance of transparency and focus, especially with regards to this ecosystem of electric vehicles, ladies and gentlemen. And indeed, when there is good purpose, there will be good profit. Thank you very much, everyone, for your great insights on the illuminating session. And I'd like to deliver the floor back to our MC, Ms. Vera.
Thank you, Amelia. Okay, Amelia and all the speakers, please stay on stage and allow me to invite Mr. Agus Sugiarto, head of OJK Institute, please kindly to the stage for handing over souvenir to the speakers and moderators. Okay, for a group photo, 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you all, the speakers and moderators. Also, Mr. Agus Sugiarto. And of course, thank you for all ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for your active participation in the afternoon session. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on the next agenda, allow me to invite Mr. Gavin Forte from Prospera and Mr. Karwe Ang from LIBF. Please kindly to the stage. and Mrs. Ninyoman Puspani for handing over souvenir. We are inform you that OJK, Prospera, and LIBF have collaborated in today's event. Okay, take a group photo, please. 3, 2, 1. Give the best smile. Once again. 3, 2, 1. Thank you. And for Mrs. Ninyoman Puspani, please stay on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, as we near the conclusion of this enriching event, it's an honor for Group Head of Financial Services Research in OJK Institute to deliver a wrap-up and closing remarks. Mrs. Nyoman Puspani, please proceed with the closing remarks.
Thank you, Mbak Vera. Your Excellency, Deputy Commissioner of the Secretary, Board of Commissioner and Logistic, Pak Imansyah, maybe he is outside because he is meeting. Your Excellency, the Head of OJK Institute, Bapak Agus Sugiarto, Your Excellency, all participants who still attending and stay, start from in the morning until at the moment. All distinguished guests and speakers, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good afternoon. I'm very happy today because what Pak Agus mentioned this morning, the dream becomes true. Because 2 years ago, the initiation of, we have the journal is already launched this morning. And I'm honored to address all of you at the first OJK International Research Forum and the launch of the International Journal of Financial Systems. This event is a remarkable milestone, providing a platform for us to convene, to share knowledge, and foster collaboration within the realm of financial services. I extend my sincere gratitude to Pak Imansyah and Pak Agus, and also for the team in OJK Institute, and as well as our esteemed partner, Prospera, the London Institute of Banking and Finance, and the CPA Australia. Their dedication exemplifies OJK's commitment to advancing knowledge and promoting dialogue in the global financial landscape. Throughout this event, we have been privy to enlightening presentation from leading experts in the field of sustainable finance. They have underscored the urgent need to combat climate change and accelerate sustainable transportation solutions. The intensive and insightful discussion have shed light on the challenges and promising opportunities facing the global financial system in this ever-evolving area of environmental consciousness. Today also marks the inauguration of the International Journal of Financial Systems. This platform will serve as a repository of cutting-edge research and innovative thinking in the field of financial systems. I wish to acknowledge all contributors, researchers, authors, and reviewers who have dedicated themselves to ensuring the quality of relevance and every article within this journal. This collaborative spirit formed the foundation for global financial progress. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure to share some exciting news today. We have dedicated that this conference as an annual tradition. We eagerly anticipate each year this forum will reconvene to discuss the latest development in the global financial systems, fortify our collaborative network, and pioneer innovations for a more inclusive and robust financial future. Furthermore, the International Journal of Financial Systems will continue to provide a platform for high-quality articles. I am delighted to announce that this journal will be published twice a year, specifically in June and December. This presents an opportunity for researchers, practitioners, and policymakers to continue expressing their best idea in advancing the global financial system. Last but certainly not least, on behalf of the committee, I would like to take a moment to extend my sincere apology if there have been any aspects of this event that might not meet your expectations, or if any inconvenience was experienced. Your feedback is invaluable, and we are committed to continuously improving and refining our efforts for the next event. We look forward to your participation in the future. Thank you for your attention. May we meet again in a spirit of enthusiasm in the year to come. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi 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 Om.
Thank you, Mrs. Nyoman Puspani, for your valuable closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, with the closing remarks by Mrs. Nyoman Puspani, as for Group Head of Financial Services Research in OJK Institute, we have come to the end of the Indonesia's Research Forum 2023. So, ladies and gentlemen, truly without your support, this event would not be possible. Please give big round of applause for all of us. We would like to inform, as a requirement to get e-certificate, please make sure that all participants, online and offline, fill and submit the feedback form that available on the front screen and chat box. Also, you may visit the mini site of OJK Institute to download all materials from speakers on September the 26th, 2023. Please complete the form before the webinar is ended as a requirement to get e-certificate of attendance for today's webinar. We extend our heartfelt thanks to all the distinguished speakers, panelists, moderators, and participants who contribute to the success of this event. Let us continue to work together towards a brighter and more sustainable future. We look forward to seeing you at future events. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.